Қайырлы құрметті әріптестер.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We continue our work. Distinguished colleagues, today, in accordance with our schedule, we proceed. Next, we are going to open our plenary session. We have several reports, and the first report is going to be delivered by Vitaly Smilov, Complex Fight Against Cancer and WHO Initiative. Please, Vitaly, the floor is yours. Colleagues, the report will be in English, both slides, and my speech will be in English, so you can scan QR if you need materials of this presentation.
Expert in WHO Regional Office for Europe. Thanks for organizers to invite to attend this conference, and distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to present you the vision of WHO on comprehensive plans and links with global initiatives. WHO is a direct and coordinating authority within the UN system, and our official mandate is promote health and safety while helping the most vulnerable populations worldwide. And we work on 3 levels: headquarters, regional office. So I'm from the regional office. Our office is located in Copenhagen. And we have country offices in 194 countries and 3 territories. And Mr. Sila, who gave presentation this morning, he's the head of the country office in Kazakhstan. Wonderful office, wonderful working colleagues, and we are on the same page regarding the work on cancer. The responsibilities of WHO is a global leadership in health, but also shaping research and health agenda and setting standards and providing technical assistance to the countries on evidence-based policies. And then regarding cancer, the key resolution which was endorsed by member states in 2017 was Resolution 1712, which requested WHO to enhance cancer efforts with developing comprehensive toolkits and management programs. And that's how the global initiative actually appeared. WHO European region is vastly diverse. We have population about more than 900 million people, and it consists of 53 countries, each of them with a unique culture and health systems. What we have, and it's quite bourgeois region, and sorry for the language, because we don't have low-income countries in the WHO European region. We have only middle and high-income countries. But we also have quite a serious inequality between the countries and regions regarding the incidence of cancer and mortalities among children and adults. And of course, when people die because of cancer, they should die in dignity, and it requires quality pain management services and palliative care. But if you look at the distribution of palliative care services across the European region, you can see there is also imbalance in that. What is more alarming, the situation is in getting worse over the last decades. I would advise you to read the World Inequality Report, which is published in 2022. That is the second one. The first was published in 2018. And on these diagrams, you can see that evolution of share of national income in the wealthiest countries in the world, which are the United States and Western and Central European countries. Blue for the US and the diagrams, and orange and green for the European countries. Basically, since 1980s up to the publication of the report, 10% of richer people kept becoming richer, and 50% of poor people kept becoming poor. And there's this trend which is not stopped yet. And the interesting thing is that over the last 20 years, the social economic inequalities between countries, which were relevant, but inequalities have become higher within countries than between countries. Basically, there is richer people inside the countries become richer, and poor people become poor in those countries. There are other worrying trends, and we call it holloization of health system, and it's related to the budget constraints, basically because everything becomes more expensive and health services has to be provided, so they become more superficial, and it's vulnerable populations are having less and less access to good quality care. And today, during the morning sessions, Madame Zakaria, she said that cancer is very complex. It's very complex and it's also expensive. And also the colleague said that medicines has no borders, so medical health care challenges, they don't have borders as well. On the right side of the slide, you can see the list of 100 entities and countries listed by the revenues, and 29 of them, which in black colors, are countries, and red are corporations. So that the industry has a strong voice how to shape the agenda and how to increase funds for certain innovation research and decrease funds for other health research, such as improvement of services, palliative care, etc., etc. And here, for example, Denmark, where our office is located, is in position number 40, and Saudi Arabia, where I was like last week, is in the position 47. So it gives you the impression of the scale of the problem. This definitely will result and drives increased cost for cancer medicines. The median monthly cost of new drugs in the United States in 1975-79 was $129. By 2010 and 2014, it became almost $10,000. So the pharma industry has the power to dictate the price. Within the European Union, which consists of the wealthiest countries in the world also, and they also monitor the increase in prices. They indicated that they started in 2005, the drug cost of cancer in the EU was increasing. And the interesting observation is that while cancer incidence increased by 25%, cancer drug costs increased for the same time by 220%. And the other cancer care costs increased by 4%, and it results in significant cuts, human resources, cuts of number of beds, and also the number of days patients can spend in hospitals. If we talk about childhood cancer, because I'm a focal point for childhood cancer in the cancer unit in the regional office, that 42% of applicable patients low in middle-income countries do not have access to full disease-specific regions. And I can confirm that some countries in our region, and it's 53 countries, so some countries of our region, in some countries, children do not have access to those medicines. Here, the first QR codes. I would advise to read the publication which is on the left side. It's EuroHealth special issue on commercial determinants in cancer control. We publish it together with the WHO European Observatory. It's a really wonderful document. In a very structured way, we describe the problem, which is in the past, they speak about military-industrial complex, and we talk about oncology-industrial complex. So I really advise you to read this. And in the middle, there is a document which is published by our colleagues from headquarters. It's about understanding and responding to pharmaceutical promotion. And in the right side is a technical report on pricing cancer medicine and its impact. How to improve the situation? Cancer control plan. Kazakhstan is quite okay with this. So some things maybe will be not innovative what I'm going to say, but I'm saying it's also for countries which have not implemented cancer control plan. It's a public health program, and it's which is designed to address cancer burden in the population, and by implying evidence-based policy across the whole cancer continuum, which is prevention, early detection, diagnosis and treatment, and also palliation. And the whole process, and somebody told today about that it's important to have a team, and it's in addition to technologies, the professional team is very important. Absolutely correct. This process to develop national cancer control plan is very important, as much as important as the final document, because it also helps to create the professional team. WHO has the publications available online on cancer control framework, which touch all elements of the cancer continuum. And the comprehensive national cancer control plan has to cover a few key issues, which is, of course, leadership of the Ministry of Health with the support of private sector, but also civil society. The focus should be on the common and important cancer, which are preventable and curable. the priority actions have to be chosen, and also the actions has to be cost effective. And the last element is it's important to evaluate the outcomes of this plan, which is monitoring and evaluation. And currently, we have, from colleagues from headquarters survey, we know that 90% of countries have cancer control plan, which is a great achievement from 2010, when it was less than 60%. But out of these countries, only 7% monitor actually approach the plan, and 50% of this country purchase technologies without even training. So it gives you an idea on the situation. So how to develop NCCP? We have documents and guidance on cancer plans. I would like to call your attention to the document which is on the right side. It's called Tackling NCDs, and it was published last year, 2024. And it's a list, so-called WHO best buys, basically the actions which can be implemented in the country in the most cost-effective way. And they're also linked with the global initiative of WHO on cancers. And there are 3 at the moment, and there is a reason why we started with them. It's cervical, breast, and childhood cancer. If we talk about cervical cancer and the European region, so the situation is actually, the trend is actually negative. So by 2050, we expect 30% decrease in incidence and mortality, and 15% decrease in incidence and mortality in Kazakhstan, which is still quite a lot, because thanks to colleagues from Kazakhstan gave me the number, every year it's about 2 airplanes which are crashed in Kazakhstan. The number of women which dies from this absolutely preventable cancer. And it's the goal to have 4 per 100,000 population with cervical cancer. And to do this, recommendations to have 90% of girls vaccinated by HPV vaccine, 70% of women have to be screened using a high quality, high performance test, at least once in the age of 35 and twice by the age of 42. And 90% of women who are diagnosed with precancer lesions or cancer have to be treated properly. Within the regional committee of the European region, there was a roadmap accepted to accelerate cervical cancer elimination initiative in the region, and Kazakhstan really supported greatly to develop this document, and also endorsement of this document by member states. So far, by February 2025, HPV vaccine was introduced in 47 out of 53 countries, and for HPV-based screening, and we recommend HPV test for screening for cervical cancer. WHO recommends 2 approaches. One approach is screen and treat without triage, and another one which is for countries who have capacities and funds to do this, to do screening, do triage for those who are screen positive, and then do treatment. Triage is done just to narrow the number of women to be treated. And for triage, we recommend different approaches. It depends on the situation in the country. It can be genotyping for HPV types, colposcopy, VIA, cytology. Ablative treatment is recommended for those who are eligible, and for those who are not, they should be referred to the center for the treatment. And we recommend the interval of 5 years and starting age 30 years. And there are very good guidelines. One of them is for screening and treatment, and another one for thermal ablation. For breast cancer, situation is quite different, and the incidence is going to increase 73% and mortality by 100% in our region, and in Kazakhstan it will be 110 and 120% if we keep business as now. And for breast cancer, WHO recommends 2 approaches, and the colleagues in Kazakhstan are very well aware of that. It's one of our regional leaders in understanding what to do regarding early detection. So there is an approach which is screening and early diagnosis. And screening is the test which is applying to the healthy population, while early diagnosis is fast and rapid diagnosis applying to those who have already symptoms. So screening is not early diagnosis or rapid diagnosis, they're a bit different. The goal of breast cancer initiative was to reduce breast cancer mortality by 2.5% a year. So in this diagram, you can see what's the difference. And of course, 2 different approach requires 2 different budgets, we would say it. And here it's a little quiz. This is the 4 countries with with breast cancer by stages, and in green it's staging 1 and 2, and which country has the mammography screening, in your opinion, and which country didn't not mammography-based screening program by the time this data was collected. It was published in Lancet Oncology 2021. Well, for the sake of the time, I can tell you that the country which is on the right, it was Belarus. This data was collected before country implemented screening program. So even without screening program, the situation with stages was quite okay in the country. Why? Because what is the most important in screening, and what very often people forget, is that when the person is getting screened positive, you have to follow that person. That person has to be, the woman has to be followed and should be treated properly. While in most of our Simashko, in particular Simashko-based healthcare systems, there is a belief that health system will deal with it. No, it will not. And mostly what's happening, the screen positive, they just easily overwhelm diagnosis services. And this is an example from Canada, how complicated the pathway of navigation woman can be from the suspicion she has maybe breast cancer to the final decision. But I can also confirm that several countries in our region, we can make actually a competitive diagram as well. Screening has benefits, but it also has harms. Two main important harms is overdiagnosis and overtreatment. Overdiagnosis, it means that those people have to be sent to the facilities for the additional diagnosis and treatment, which has actually blocked the centers with people requesting medical assistance, and that's increased burden to the health staff and also increased cost. Overdiagnosis, overtreatment is important because it results in treatment of benign lesions, which are not supposed to be treated if women would not be diagnosed for that, which also increase cost for the healthcare system and increase burden to the healthcare professionals. WHO best buys includes, for the moment, the interventions which cost less than $100, and it's calculated an analysis for low and low-income countries, and it includes HPV DNA screening for cervical cancer or early diagnostic programs for those who are symptomatic, and for breast cancer, it's early diagnostic programs. For those who are more expensive, it's breast cancer with mammography-based screening. I'm not talking about other cancers like breast, colorectal, etc., because they're not part of the global initiative. We have quite a number of guidance on cervical cancer, and less, but also good quality on breast cancer. And for those who are interested in guidance on screening and early diagnosis, these are the documents which are available, and I would really advise to read the blue and the yellow ones. The blue, it's about screening programs in general, why you do screening and why you don't screening. For breast cancer, colorectal cancer, lung cancer, why you do it, why you don't do it. And the yellow one, it's but also for newborns and aneurysm, etc., etc. But for cancer screening, it's the yellow document. The Global Initiative for Childhood Cancer is a bit different because it's the only cancer where you can see inequalities screening. In high-income countries, the survival rate is more than 90%, while in low-income countries, it's less than 30%. And in the middle, you can see the gap, which is the red line in this diagram, and it's the difference between high-income countries. In one of the countries is Central Asia, so this is the number of children which can actually be saved. If you look at the trends within Euro, so the incidence by 2015, we have less number of incidents and less mortality, but it's not the case for Kazakhstan. So by 2050, you will have more children with cancer, and you will have more children dying from cancer. So we work within Global Initiative for Childhood Cancer, GICC we call it. The idea is to achieve survival at least 60% and reduce suffering for all. We work within cure-all, so-called cure-all framework. Each letter means something, and this is the most important documents, especially the right one, for those who are interested. And I can also advise to read you these documents because it can help you to structure your approach to the international organizations for any assistance or help or cooperation, because actually every letter for childhood cancer can apply to adult cancer as well. I will only touch this document which was developed within the framework of Childhood Cancer Global Initiative. We were the first who published Childhood Cancer Inequality Report in 2022, And we identified that there is inequalities across countries with a survival rate in our wealthy, pretty wealthy region vary from 5% to 57%. And there is also a lack of support from palliative care. There are also inequalities within countries, and according to socioeconomic status, urban or rural residence, gender, and age. And Kazakhstan was helpful also to make a study, which was included in this publication, to assess inequalities within the countries. It's also very important to mention that childhood cancer is a cause of inequalities over the life, because the child missing school, doesn't have friends or losing friends in the end, and you have to be a really child from a very wealthy family, that somebody in the family doesn't work all the time, and then you invest lots of money to get proper education for your child, then he or she can get a university education or any kind of education, a proper job at the end. So the report's key recommended actions included invest in data collection and analysis. And today the minister was talking about digitalization. Wonderful idea, because this helps to provide recommendations to the policymakers. The second is to secure access to free of charge early or fast or rapid diagnosis and treatment, because with childhood cancer in particular, the faster you diagnose, the faster you treat. You don't need to wait 165 days or 10 visits to the doctor to make it happen. This is in our report. You have massively invest in professional training, and you consider how you're going to train doctors, but also, in very important, nurses, because nurses are the pillars within the cancer centers. And you have to support survivors and their families. So by doing this, you will avoid financial catastrophes in the families. And by doing this, you will also help keep political stability. In 2024, we have quite few milestones in addressing childhood cancer inequalities in the region. Within improving access to childhood cancer medicine, Uzbekistan joined the WHO Global Platform to Access for Childhood Cancer Medicine, GPACCM. This is the initiative which will allow a country to get free of charge medicine, a list of 35 medicines for the period of 5 years of good quality. The country which was selected for the phase 2 is Moldova, and then we plan to select the third country. And there is also political shift happening because of the awareness to childhood cancer. And one of the great examples is your neighbors, your brother neighbor, as somebody said, from Kyrgyzstan, because thanks to the championship of the First Lady of Kyrgyzstan, who supported this work, the budget for pediatric oncology over the last year doubled. So in conclusion, so there are significant disparities between and within countries on childhood and adult cancers. Treatment access is problematic and will stay so, and current trends will complicate or even deteriorate the situation. So we need comprehensive NCC plans which reduce the cancer burden through coordinated initiatives, and we should also regularly monitor and modify NCCP to stay responsive to needs. And I hope this wonderful center will be in Kazakhstan, one of the leaders who will help that to do for the country. The WHO Global Initiative, they offer tools and framework to improve cancer control. And necessary actions include investment in data collection and analysis, free access to the diagnosis and treatment, investment in training healthcare professionals, and support survivors and families. We need more advocacy. And as the speakers spoke today about collaboration, get united, etc., fully for that. We need more networking, forge alliances, and stay united. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you have email addresses. Thank you.
Господин Смелов, спасибо за...
Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. I think that I would like to note that in some notes from the Republic of Kazakhstan will be delivered, distinguished colleagues. To me, it's a great honor, our colleague who will be presenting Russian Federation with us today, Andrei Dmitrievich. To us, he is representing the oncology service of Russian Federation. He contributed to the development of the Russian oncology service. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, distinguished Zhandosh Kuanishevich, distinguished Gabriela, distinguished colleagues, to me it is a great honor to participate in this beautiful institution of the world class, highly equipped with the high-end technology, the great architecture. It's great to work here. And in the United States, when we're talking about the youth, about that the young doctors are still working in the clinics where there is the prospects for the development and the prospect of the development of the science and personal growth. And here again, I think exact growth point and distinguished friends, Jandas Juanušić, I congratulate you again. This is the evolution. So my slides will be in English, but I will be speaking in Russian to myself. So my English is not so good, but that way would be much faster. I would like to say, as you can see from the logo, the Association of the Directors of the Oncology and Radiology of our country, we're always ready to accept this association. We have lots of associated members, and also the Gabriela from the Academy of the Eastern Europe and Central Europe is in a part of our. So we are visiting them, they are visiting us. So this is the evolution of our service. I'll just go real quick. As for the cancer disease, we know quite a long time. So there is a chronicle. So the kings of the Rus had this kind of diseases. So they always had to experience this kind of disease, and during the we cannot stay in this horizon too long. So we are on the shoulders of the giants, and one of the giants was Pyotr Alexandrovich Herzen. He is the grandson of the Herzen, the well-known physiologist. His mother was Italian, and he studied in Lausanne, and after that returned to Russia to develop the oncology service in the USSR. He wasn't so fluent in Russian. He was had some. He had an accent in Russian language. So, and also Nikolai Nikolaevich Petrov. He is one of the establisher of the institute. Lots of things were done by him, and the first studies of this cervical cancer was done by the Nikolai Nikolaevich Petrov, who we are not allowed to forget our teachers, and these are the people are great of that period. And when I was a manager in the institute, there was magazines of the surgical magazines of 1920, 1925. We can notice that the oncological services were operated, and just 100 years ago, they were conducting the gastrectomy within 20 minutes, and within 12 minutes, they were doing the mastectomy. And in this kind of notes, there was some notes about it. They were not allowed to write too bad about negative things about the physicians and doctors, and this demonstrates the work of and these journals and magazines present in our universities. So our service have been in operation since 1945. It is almost 100 years. This is the year when we raised the victory flag. It was kind of unique situation to our country, and we thought that there will be another enemy, and also we had to meet the people who will be returning from the battleground with the cancer disease, where their destiny let them go. However, until 1912, that we had this kind of messy institutes where we were working before, and after that, all of a sudden, we managed to persuade the leadership, and I was a member of that discussion. And before the speech of our president, we persuaded that the cancer service should to be developed, and they promised funding to us. And I'll show you that later. And the initiative was quite serious, and the 57% of early detections or early forms and increase of number of the patients with the age of 25 and higher, and these numbers statistics still in our country, and we are developing the treatment that's the 1 year mortality and also survival rate, and also these indicators affects is affected by the treatment prescription, even with the patient with advanced types of the cancer and stages. So we understand that we cannot do anything in a late stage with an old, outdated equipment, and we had the initial oncological centers. We realized that the oncology departments, there were only the beds and just the towels, and that's it, with water. But sometimes water is needed in the morning for the doctors, but by evening there were insufficient. So after that, we started to compose the things, and there was a head of and he had to change the orders, and we started to implement the three-layered system. That's the 4 national medical research centers. That's the 100 dispensaries and hospitals, and most of them were renamed, and due to this kind of material support of the regional centers and the reference centers, one of which I run, and, and 4 national medical research centers and 100 dispensers and 18 reference centers, where they were cooperating with your institutes in Almaty and remotely and consulting the drugs. There was quite a big job. I think that the 6,500 analyzed materials, but as you can see, that the center of the outpatient cancer care centers, we had 569 of them, and also we have 2,996 primary care oncology offices. So we thought that will not be easy, and such oncology centers and the departments were located in huge regional centers where we're equipped with the MRI and the CT, and where they were able to get the biopsy and the samples. Therefore, they worked well, and they save us when there is a huge number of the therapy. That's the 6-8 courses the person uh, can stay home or can in an outpatient center or go to the reference center and or use the telemedicine services if there is a change. And first he goes to his original center. If it's not available, if it's a rare disease, then he goes to the other reference centers. So there is some problems with that. We have the greater amount of the patients who pass, who are not in these stages, and to us, we receive the various types of the diseases and the progressing or advancing disease. And I can tell that as a part of the evolution, we received an order which allows us to use the consilium without the instruction or based on the genetic studies that we develop and the panels. And this is also very interesting, the evolutionary history. And here, and Mikhail Albertovich, when he was there, and he was a manager of the Roszdravnadzor, and he had to change the orders and to allow them to the Ministry of Healthcare was working without any fear or repression from the organization which will be supervising that as a person. What I can tell that in the center we are maintaining the register since 1944, the population register. There are lots of opponents and nobody can create or establish the similar or analogy for the center. We also have the interesting register which was created. It is under the supervision of the head of the state. It was established because we overcame the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, including the patients, not the patients, the contingent of the personnel who were working in the nuclear power plants and the nuclear submarines and who suffered the nuclear accidents. And to our honor, when we had this kind of tragedy, our register, according to the center, they were calculating the dosage of the patients who were living close to the Fukushima, and they were evaluating whether they have to move out the citizens from there, and several interesting lands were left there.
So now we see that our calculations were right. Our center is very well developed and we are proud. It's all actually in high secrecy. Okay, next. Statistics in 2023. Due to the obvious reasons, we cannot provide full picture, or we can only calculate up to April. And by the way, we are the only country, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Vitaly will say if I'm wrong. We calculate our statistics based on 100,000. So, if you remember, usually the statistics is a bit less than the actual picture. Due to COVID, of course, our statistics also suspended. And actually, we are the only country, if I'm not mistaken, that provides 7 screening program. And a bit later, I will show them the annual mortality decreased in 5 years, increased by 6.2%. And yeah, 1 year mortality decreased by 18% and overall mortality by 6%. So yeah, it's very difficult to calculate the exact indicators. And now I will provide some additional figures. Of course, there were a lot of investments in our centers in these last 5 years within our program to fight cancer. The program, actually, we 13,000 units of medical equipment were provided, including heavy equipment devices. 569 outpatient cancer care centers were opened, 221 regional medical institutions were re-equipped, and 18 reference centers were opened. And by the way, in the picture you can see the building of the first historical building of our institution, named after Nikolai Petrov. Of course, it's also necessary to mention the radiology era, and I need to highlight that such history started from the fact that radiology started with Zykov, Professor Marie Curie. She was like she's a well-known figure, and in St. Petersburg we sold Zhikov was actually the first who started to sell Marie Curie developments in St. Petersburg. And unfortunately, Zhikov passed away due to high radiation exposure. So it's all how it started in Russia after we opened peaceful atom, including our institution in openings. It was the very first institution. It was established to assess the radiation exposure. One more interesting story, I would say. Today, I've heard about a lot of famous equipments for proton therapy. Our scientists actually developed same equipment, and now it's going to be sold actively. Actually, it's a bit smaller. As far as I know, the equipment that you have in this building takes about, it's a true straw equipment. Our equipment in Russia is a bit smaller. It takes about the size is approximately the same as this room, and our foreign partners are highly interested. I believe it's about 100 square meters. Very interesting equipment, and it's working. Next, what else we have achieved? In our country, we understand that we need to synthesize radionuclides. And by the way, it was already mentioned, we have 65% of the world reserves of actinium are placed in Russian Federation. In our center, we opened first in the country nuclear drug store. We synthesize protein with radionuclides, and nearby this building we construct a new plant in Kharkov institute named after Karpov. They work in this area. They synthesize iodium, so all the radiology elements are synthesized by them. Before we worked with Hungary providers, but now we already started to synthesize 188 uranium and other elements. So we provide the market all the necessary elements. Okay, I will not dwell on that. I kindly invite you to this nuclear drug store. And by the way, when I first approached Mikhail Albertovich, I mentioned that it doesn't work. Yes, we do something, but it's not enough. And our foreign colleagues are much more active and actually test their developments. And back then I understood that we are far behind our foreign partners. That's why it was decided to open this nuclear drugstore and to test it. Now I'm going to show you our project. Here you can see on the slide the amount of our medications. They are all produced by on our own, and they are used by our patients. Of course, some elements we buy from abroad, but the majority is produced by us. As you can see, these pharmaceuticals are used to cure metastasis, different types of cancer. Hepatoren, a very interesting medication. It's patented by our country. Hepatoren is already ready. It's a functional pharmaceutical, so that's how it works. As you can see on the slide, it's industrially distributed. This medication is used against metastasis in liver. Foreign microspheres, they use glass, but we use other approach. We produce our own protein-based elements, and they are not worse. They are okay. And this on the screen you can see the 3D reconstruction. Um, so we use this medication against colorectal cancer metastasis as well. Here, as you can see, we developed Ariadna system for advanced biotechnical developments. It's our ethical committee already approved this project. Now we actively work on the development of vaccines. Enteromix, it's a vaccine that we work on jointly with other foreign university establishments, and one more is mRNA vaccine. We work on this vaccine with other foreign institutions. It's a personalized vaccine against coronavirus and other disease. Just a moment. Second. This is a slide about surgery. I think you cannot hear him. Okay. Can you hear him? I believe you cannot. It's a very interesting information about the surgery. Surgery. Just a minute. Okay, okay. He's just speaking. Can you hear it? Okay. Um, we work on reconstructive technologies for face surgeries. We have a large group of patients. I believe we have 4 or 5 patients. We provided them successful surgeries, plastic surgery. Here on the screen you can see one of our patients. He didn't have his tongue. It was resected due to cancer. But using the plastic, so we thanks to the plastic surgery, now he can speak. And our Ministry of Healthcare, he actually met personally with this group of patients whom we surgered. So yeah, actually I invite our foreign colleagues. So we have delegation from Mongolia and other Asian countries. There are no secret. We share our technologies. Okay, just a few moments because I think it's already boring, right? Next, our medical consultations are very important. Here on the screen you can see a diagram how the amount of our consultancies has raised. So before our major contributions, before the funding, you can see there was a very small percentage of the provided consultancies. On the next screen you can see the 80 years history of Russian Oncological Service. On the left side you can see the very first dispensaries, Kursk dispensary. On the right side, Voronezh dispensary. They're a good friend of us in Nizhny Novgorod. They work as a scientific center. Okay, and as a conclusion, for further communication, you can scan this QR code and find my contacts in the presentation. There is one more interesting presentation about statistics. Statistics is immensely important because without knowledge on statistics, we cannot plan something. For example, in one country, there will be 150 cancer diagnosed out of 100,000 people. But in other country, there might be several thousands diagnosed out of 100,000. So statistics is a key because it gives us picture to what extent our population is diagnosed. So yeah, thank you very much for invitation and for your hospitality. Thank you. Very good report. Thank you. This round of applause is for you. The next floor goes to Mr. Jean Dos. Burkitbayev Jean Dos, if I'm not mistaken, you are chairman of the board of an ROC. I'm sorry if the name of your position was wrong. We just need to get used to it. Okay, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's a great honor for me to be with you here today and to report information about our center. Please allow me, distinguished colleagues. The implementation of our project was very difficult. It took us decades. It was assigned by the President of the State back in 2019. He assigned to implement these projects. And starting from the very first milestones, I participated in this project as a head. The primary goal was the following. Back then, the name was National Center of Oncology and Transportation, and the first goal was to save this center. Why? Because the most precious thing was human resources, our staff on the ground. And the second priority was the building of a new center, and after we moved to another building, the goal was to reconstruct the building. Distinguished colleagues, just a short statistics. There are a series of indicators, and some of my colleagues already mentioned them. Unfortunately, there are concerning trends. That's why we probably need a very wise approach to decide a lot of issues. About 230,000 people get diagnosed, and annually more than 40,000 people are diagnosed annually. And at the moment, Kazakhstan pays a lot of attention to the development of healthcare. That's why we need to ensure diagnostics. So yeah, one more time, the annual diagnostics, statistics on diagnostics of cancer is 40,000 people. As of 2024, the first place is breast cancer, second is colorectal, the third place is lung cancer. Based on the gender distribution, 57% unfortunately are women. Next slide, please. In Kazakhstan, oncological care for adults is provided based on the three-step system: specialized care, regional care. We have two Republican organizations which provide highly specialized care. The Tamara Kasymova, advisor of the president, mentioned about the village health care in our country. As assigned by the head of the state, we implement a program, national program on modernization of the village health care. We implement 650. We will build 655 facilities, medical facilities, which eventually will help to ensure outpatient care and screening for oncological diseases. Now it's just 13% out of the total number of the healthcare facilities, but we believe it will be a standard for further development of compulsory healthcare insurance. In terms of our regional clinics, hospitals, we hope that in the nearest future we will be able to provide comprehensive medical support within 1 hour after the initial referral of patients.
according to the international standards to conduct the standards of diagnosis, including the cancer diseases, and on implementation of the national project, that's the supplying the staff. This is a big challenge and the big goal, and such programs are implemented as per the instruction of the head of the state on healthcare system development to cover the medical system, the entire territory of our country. And here again, there is a will be the financing of the oncological care in profile, the financing in and monitoring. So the financing of the oncological diseases, all the questions related to the highly qualified cancer care in Kazakhstan is totally changed to another level in terms of the funding. It increased by 17 times, taking into account the social position of our country. For the present, approximately 360 million US dollars is given to the oncological care in our territory. In fact, we are allocating 160 billion tenge for the oncological care, the 70 billion for the provision of the drugs, and also in Kazakhstan we can confirm that the cancer care from the government is given in fully. So in future it will be improved. And in this slide we are showing the funding. There are still questions which are implemented as part of the screening. Approximately 20 billion tenge is given to the screening of the oncological disease. That's more than 100 billion tenge is given to this direction, including the cervical cancer and also the breast cancer and also the rectal cancer. And like I've said, that 140 million US dollars in given to this screening. So such works will be continued in future. We need this, and we need a timely response to this kind of oncological cases in a specialized system. The next question is cervical cancer. We have to know that Kazakhstan is a part of the international program on elimination of the cervical cancer that was initiated by WHO and comprises of three components. The first is the vaccination, screening, and treatment. I think that by 2030 in our country we will have good results. Anyway, we are targeted on covering and get good results in this matter. Next slide, please. I also would like to say that the diagnostic methods in our country, there are the big focus on development of the infrastructure of the healthcare system, and respectively there were series of programs, and as part of these programs the equipment and also diagnosis, we conducted a great job. And if we take our project, and we can tell that we implemented the MRI and the CT diagnosis and also radionuclide diagnostics. I also would like to know that the radiation therapy works is ongoing, and there are the recommendations. And according to the EIA recommendation, we achieved 60% coverage of the radiation therapy of the patients with the early stage of the cancer. So we support by the government, and the huge work is conducted. If we speak in the numbers, for the last period we purchased more than 15 linear accelerators, and these works will be continued. And according to the EIA recommendation, we will fulfill it in completely. So in this center that we are right now, we have 5 linear accelerators and plus, and on the proton center we have 2 rooms So in this work, we have discussed with the healthcare ministry just in March, and this center will be dedicated for the competence and the methodology enhancement system on radiation therapy. So the next question that I would like to draw your attention, distinguished colleagues, that's the construction of our National Research Oncology Center. It started in 2019. So the question is very complex. It is related to the implementation of this project. Is the high-end facility which required very important decisions, and based on what we need in our center first of everything. And we discussed this question several times, and it was decided that we needed partners who have the sufficient expertise in implementation of the high tech. So in our country, there is a Novatex technology. It conducted a cardiovascular center and also constructed the maternity center, and respectively, we were inspecting them in order to comply with all the requirements, with the technological requirements. We needed a partner who has an experience in controlling or monitoring and engineering services. We contacted engineering company Deloitte from the Big Four, the same KPMG and Deloitte and Ernst & Young. They have the several projects in Kazakhstan. We had a proactive discussion with them, and overall we stopped at Deloitte, and they have a successful implementation of the project. And Mr. Mark was with us, and he is the manager of the Deloitte division in CIS and Kazakhstan, and we started working with them in this project. The part of this project, we know that there are the guests which were interested in implementation or implementation experience in our country. So according to the procurement requirements, there was a Prime Minister's instruction to include engineering services for the Deloitte company on also the EPC contract to the Mabatex, and also this decision was given by the Prime Minister, and the head of the state has given the appropriate instructions, and then at the level of the government and by the decision or decree of the government, so the general contractor was nominated Mabatex, and also the engineering control of this facility, of this project, was given to the Deloitte company. In 2019, there was a implementation of this project. If we look at the next slide, the Mabatex have several projects in our country. So Deloitte has the series of projects that they conducted in our country, in the world, and also in our country, in Australia. So in terms of the implementation of this kind of oncological project was implemented by Deloitte. And then what was done for these years? That's the construction of this center. It has 60,000 square meters. It has 210 beds. In this center, in December, we moved in this building. So the enormous work was conducted. There are the highly qualified oncological care is provided by this center. This center is the unique center. What's the uniqueness of this center? This is a very unusual medical activity, so to speak. It implies two types of the activities. The first is the manufacturing. The second is a medical part. By saying manufacturing, that's the manufacturing of the radio drugs. Currently, we are producing 11 radiopharm drugs, and 7 of them will be produced in Kazakhstan. This production will comply with the international standards, so GMP standards. And I would like to say that starting from 2014, Kazakhstan, as part of its obligations, as part of the Eurasian Union requirements, all the pharmacological drugs are manufactured according to the GMP, GDP standards, including the radiopharm drugs should be manufactured as per the GMP standards. All the production line that we have right now, they comply with all international standards. And this work for the present is implemented here. We will be producing 11 radio drugs that will be eventually in future will be used in a diagnosis. And also it means that the PT, CT, we will use the radio drugs. Approximately 60,000 patients will undergo through the diagnosis process, and also the PT, MRI. There are the 2,500 patients will undergo the examination. This is one of the most advanced equipment. It will be first implemented in Kazakh. And also the molecular genetics, I will tell about it a bit later. It will also be implemented in our country. The question of treatment, as for the treatment, according to the manufacturing process that we have in our country, the production of the radiopharmacology, there will be in a therapy, radionuclide therapy, there will be that 23,000 patients will receive the specialized care. And then the proton therapy, I would like to draw your attention on proton therapy. The proton therapy in a post-Union Soviet Union period was introduced in Russia. That's the center of Belizina and the Microudradina. And in future, the third who will be implementing this project is Kazakhstan. It is designed for the two types of the departments, the capacity of which will be 1,000 persons. But taking into account that we need to care our technical resources, we decided that we will provide the services for 600 patients per year. The reason why we are doing this is very high-tech technology, and also this service will be provided to our children. And here again, I would like to know that the radiation therapy is we need a appropriate scheduling, that point-to-point scheduling. It will be accompanied by the CT simulator, MRI simulator, and also in future, this process will be implemented in proper manner, since in this question we need a clear planning. So as for the radiation therapy, it will be provided. We have 5 underground rooms. There will be the enormous amount of the patients. Currently we are implementing this project nowadays, and it will be fully covered by our specialists to the citizens. There are also other innovational technologies, and I would like to note the following here. Colleagues, unfortunately, there are 3,500 citizens who are forced to travel to another countries to get the high-end technologies, services, and using this. By having this kind of technologies, we will be able to provide such services in our country, in our center. This will be one of our achievement in terms of the provision of the oncological care for the citizens in Kazakhstan. All the technologies that I have mentioned, that they will be implemented here. This is a great job. This is the result of our 7-year effort. Here again, I would like to note the following. The entire range of the comprehensive treatment of the oncological patients, that's the tasks that was given, and also the consistency of which there will be the 10,000 patients will get the treatment. There will be 6,000 surgeries that will be conducted in our center. So the center will be the only organization where we'll conduct the transplantation of the brain bone. this is as per the requirements. We all understand what we are talking about. So transplantation requires a very good decision. While transplanting the brain bone, we need to streamline the work so the person could be isolated, so the person could have to pass a successful treatment, since his immunity is weakened, and this work will be done, and also there will be 300 transplantations per year. This is our, so to speak, project that we will develop in future, and that would be the center that would be transferring the technologies to the regions. I would like to note the following. When we started implementation of this project, of course, that's very awesome. When we had an opportunity to construct such building, such center, it is always good when the country can afford to equip with the high-end technology. But also, there is also one prerequisite. Any project should comply with any requirements, like intellectually correspond to with the supporting staff and also the highly qualified staff. And we were serious in implementation of this construction and the project implementation. 250 people passed the training. Before delivering the training, we were analyzing what we have in the world. So we streamlined the cooperation and the interaction between Tokyo, the South Korea, in Europe, in the U.S., and with a series of the leading oncological center, we started our negotiations, and we signed off the memorandum to us first for everything in order to prepare our specialists. For instance, in implementation of the radiation therapy and the proton therapy, we were serious. We had a serious approach, and we were grateful when we received their recommendation on the proton and the radiation therapy. They gave us the recommendation that there should be the one producer, one manufacturer of the same equipment of the radiation therapy, and the proton center should be from one manufacturer, taking into account that in future we need a compliance, the service maintenance to provided with the human resources and staff, and also our specialists could take the training. Our center is a part of the radiation therapy, is a mirror of the center of which is located in Aarhus. If they have 12 accelerators, we have 5. If they have other proton equipment, we have ours. So in future, we decided that was a weighted decision for implementation of this project. Distinguished guests in our country, we have a unique program called Bolashak. The Minister of Education is in charge of this program. What's the concept of this program? The concept of this project, the center orders the service. We have to determine the composition of staff based on their qualification. That the next step, we have to determine where we would like to send this person for the qualification upgrade. The next is we have to guarantee that this person, after finishing or graduation of their institution, they are returning to our country, to our center, and they're working out their training period. This program is called the Bolashak, and a series of our employees passed the training in Western countries, and today they are successfully working in our center. So we managed during these years to train 250 persons to study that high-end technologies which are shown in our center. This is thanks to our we got the partnership with the Esten, with the center in Tokyo, in Seoul, and also in the center in Manchester. They are our partners with which we are collaborating, and also with the same centers which are located in Russia. As for the Proton Center, we got a great relationship with the private center, and we are establishing the partnership. They have already implemented 4 years ago, I guess. We were interacting with them, and overall, this helped us to organize the transfer of technologies in our country, so to speak, to our center. And today, it is successfully being operated, and in future, we will continue work on this. Here, I would like to note that how we are watching our future development. Our specialists who were in an old building, we increased the number of the young specialists, and there is a mixture of the experience and young experience. So the human resource is the main thing in our center. They are successfully collaborating. They organizing the transfer of technologies which available in the world to our center. In future, we are planning that those technologies and approaches of the world using the transfer method, we will keep transferring to our regional offices and the departments. So as for the educational part, we will develop for this. They have already been developed. We are at the stage of the growth, and there are the series of the. There is a radiation medicine, the pathological anatomy, and these works will be conducted.
So these technologies will be transferred to the regions. Next, we are going to develop the next elective disciplines: oncological surgery, clinical transfusiology, oncogematology, and this work will be conducted and transferred into the regions, as I mentioned. Next, training for our specialists, postgraduate education for radiology, medical physics, and of course nursery. We are also going to work on academic mobility in radiology, clinical in cancer rehabilitation, and we are going to conduct this work in order to ensure that our colleagues in the center will possess the best knowledge and practices and will work in the regions. Next is the research direction. Starting from 2024, we have research programs implemented specifically in our center. They include development of treatment against oncological diseases. In 2024, we decided and funded this direction, and several specialists already work in this project within our center. Next, take into account the implementation of the technologies that we already possess. We plan that we are going to conduct further work, for example, introduction of radionuclide and other technologies, personal approach. We have about 7-8 directions. We already introduced them in our plans, and now on the level of the government and on the ministerial level, Ministry of Healthcare, Ministry of Higher Education, they fully support this direction. In starting from the end of the 2025 and at the beginning of 2026, these research programs will be funded. So these directions that we have in our center, there will be a separate direction fully funded by the government. It will help us to prepare the infrastructure to transfer our knowledge to the region, and it will also help us to prepare the methodology, and it will be a basis for us to develop our domestic Kazakhstani science. Next is the clinical activity, development of the areas such as pathomorphology diagnostics. Colleagues, as I mentioned, each year we diagnose about 40,000 oncological patients. we diagnose them. Unfortunately, we understand that oncology has very negative psychological background for our patients. That's why we need to be very confident. Um, Therefore, we conduct huge work to ensure that our laboratory service, our pathomorphologist will become a reference basis for our center and for the whole Kazakhstan. Why? Because first we need to identify the diagnosis. It should be evidence. There should be evidence-based approach. And next stage is, of course, treatment. It's all directly related to the psychology of our patients, since the diagnosis should be very well weighted and exact, certain diagnosis. We conduct this work, and by the end of this year, I believe that we are going to finish it till the logical end. We will have the legal status, and we are going to be reference basis of pathomorphology for the whole republic, as I mentioned. This work is about to be finished. We have um, all the necessary structure. Next, the same approach we use, we are going to have reference center on molecular genetics. We work a lot in this area. We are going to use the same approach as I already mentioned. Once again, we are going to become a reference center to support our doctors in diagnosis and in provision of the therapy. It will help to increase the quality of the services. So our doctors will have full picture and they will be confident in their treatment approaches. There will be two directions of this work. We are going to have a status of a full-fledged reference center. However, we need to be credited and to receive a legal status in these two separate directions. And to sum up my report, what do we want? First, to reform the structure of cancer services. So at the end, we'll have service centers. We want to become a reference center for radiotherapy. In Kazakhstan, out of 20 million people, we have more than 12,000 of dermatological patients, and for them we need to ensure high quality cancer service, and we need to have the necessary results. Therefore, we need to strengthen our staff potential. We need to outline specific approaches, how this all will function in our country. We need a unified approach, high quality employees, and in order to reshape our oncological structure, we need to bear in mind these factors. Next, the modernization of regulatory legal framework. Colleagues, based on our technical opportunities, based on the work that we conducted during all these years, we will have a huge intellectual staff potential. These people will still and will work in our center, and I hope that they will actively proliferate their knowledge. And I believe that their knowledge, their expertise will improve our standards, our regulatory legal framework. For example, we have clinical protocols, and there are more than 60 of them. 13 out of them already considered as clinical protocols. Now we discuss should we introduce some amendments to these protocols by the end of this year. It's a huge work. Of course, there is no end on the pathway to perfection. We just need to make sure that our standards, our protocols are in line with the international standards. We need to make sure that our oncological care is accessible, of high quality, and available to the population of the Republic of Kazakhstan. By the end of this huge work, then we are going to work on further implementation of these approaches to the small regions and villages. Our end goal is to ensure high quality coordination. We will create monitoring center in an ROC. We will coordinate diagnostics. We will prepare employees for regions to transfer the best practices and skills for our regional and village specialists. So we believe that our best practices and skills will gradually be um, transferred to the regions. Next, the structure of our oncological care changes. Therefore, we need changes. We need changes in our screening program. Our colleagues from WHO noted that in Kazakhstan we have very good beginning, and so we need to make sure that our screening program will be very expanded, wide, and high quality. So yeah, a huge work should be conducted in this area, both in palliative care and in other areas. Distinguished colleagues, taking into account all these processes ongoing in the country, I would like to note that Kazakhstan is developing country. Kazakhstan have very good indicators in economic development. As of today, Kazakhstan has so-called results, positive results in healthcare, and I believe that this new National Research Oncology Center, this building, is one more indicator of our successful development of healthcare in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Our government pays a lot of attention to the development of healthcare. Of course, there are some expectations. They expect something from us. They invest in us, and they expect something. They expect results, specific results. There are also expectations from the population of the Republic of Kazakhstan, namely the accessibility of the oncological care, quality, high quality of the provided care. And our goal, the goal of my colleagues, is to conduct, ensure this work. Distinguished colleagues, I believe now it's our turn to meet the demand, to ensure high quality, accessible, oncological specialized care for our population. Distinguished guests, for me it's a great honor to briefly report on the key issues, key developments. For us, it's very important to hear your expert opinion. We need interaction, partnership relations with you. Why? Because our end goal, it will help to implement our end goal. It will help us to um, take your experience, your best practices, and implement it in our context. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. We are always open for you, and we are aimed at end goal and results. So I hope that me and my colleagues, we will be proud of our work. Thank you very much for such a beautiful report. We see your perspectives, we see your active development. It's very good that you presented it. Yeah, we don't have any other options. We necessarily need to meet all these goals. Thank you. Okay, the next expert presentation is going to be presented by Mr. Nosov. He's a representative of a very famous Russian association. They are good partners of us. He's the head of this organization. He works in Center Clinical Hospital. He is a staff chief oncologist, and he is a very good doctor. He's an expert. So, please, Dmitry Alexandrovich, here the floor is yours. Hello, esteemed colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Greetings. Hello. I'm very grateful for the organizers for inviting me to present, to deliver my speech in this forum. I saw your schedule. It's very spectacular, very interesting conference. I enjoyed the presentation of previous speakers. Your landscape, your optimization of oncological care is really spectacular. My report will be on the systematic problems related to optimization of oncological care, namely the expenditures for oncological treatment. Okay, let me switch the slides. We know that technologies development lead to the development of new innovative pharmaceuticals, and during the last 5 years if our committee has approved FDA has approved 244 anti-cancer drug or expanded indicators for previously registered pharmaceuticals. In 2023, 13 new original drugs were registered, and the indicators for use of 28 previous registered um, medications were expanded, and the average cost of treatment with these drugs was to 20,000 US dollars per month. Such a high financial burden and lack of clear understanding of clinical benefit criteria for the use of already registered drugs. Of course, it's huge amount of money. On the screen you can see a small reference. In Russian Federation in 2023, 83,000, more than 83,000 cases were registered, cases of breast cancers. And if we will break down the statistics per the stages, we calculated the financial expenditures necessary to cover the treatment of all patients, both with resectable and non-resectable breast cancer. The figures are as follows. Speaking about the new adjuvant therapy or other types of therapy, the general total costs, if we meet all the demands, will be more than 50 billion rubles. And if we will cover additional options, then there will be 7 billion more rubles. Totally, speaking about the total costs for breast cancer patients of all the stages, then it will be necessary to have 222,000 billions if we add some new options, 2 more medications. Then and by the way, it's more than a half of the whole budget allocated for oncological treatment in 2025. Mr. Andrei Dmitrovich, if I'm mistaken, please tell me if I'm not mistaken. For breast cancer alone, the costs are unbearable. Therefore, we need tools to understand how we can optimize these costs. We need to clearly understand the contribution of each pharmaceutical, each therapy. We need a tool which will help us to find balance between its costs and possible clinical benefits based on an objective interpretation of clinical trial data. Of course, this tool should use the modern toolbox, so-called. So we need objective interpretation of clinical trial data. We need standardized approach for stratifying the benefits of anti-cancer therapies, and this should be based on criteria for assessing the clinical relevance of anti-tumor therapy. The first time this assessment scale was proposed by European Society of Medical Oncologists in 2015, and the main criteria were, as you can see on the screen, they are both endpoints for randomized studies. I will not dwell on them. It includes both total survivability, progressive survivability, quality of life, toxicity, costs, forecasts, so on and so forth. There are a lot of criteria. If we try to outline the priorities, then we need to take into account the basic considerations proposed by the European Society of Medical Oncologists. Here we can see that the total survivability is more important than surrogates. We need progression-free survival or objective response rate.
In a curable situations, and when the neoadjuvant or non-adjuvant therapy, we need improvement in a curable stage, and undoubtedly we need additional criteria for the recommendation of the stage of the clinical significance. So as per RUSCO scale, in a RUSCO scale, there were the same criteria were utilized, but we cannot go anywhere without using them. There were some changes which we think significant, and I would say the main difference is a bit later, but one of the main difference is that the quality of life, we experience some difficulties on integration, which we can determine the objectivity of these indicators. There are lots of determinants which we have to affect, and we have to be more careful on the role of this scale. So overall, we have the picture. The clinical significance is given to the therapy with the goal of cure. That's the 0 class and the minimum class. And the minimum clinical significance is a class 3 when we have the improvement of the rate of objective responsive without any advancement or the survival rate. That's the use of the alibarib drug. That's the inhibitor that we can use as a supportive therapy that during the post-operative or the breast cancer in a version of mutation, and the second is the maintenance therapy for the stage 4 pancreatic cancer, increase the time to progression to by 3.6 months, and and it goes to the class 0 for the curative options. So in the second case, we cannot see the prominent results, convincible results, and that the clinical significance of this drug is minimum. And here again, that way, the class 0, according to our scale, that's the drug or those drugs or medicines which are related to the curative therapy, that the class, and every class has its own levels of which can evaluate the rate of efficiency within each the classes. That's the A, B, C, D classes. It will look like this. If it's a 0 class, that's the post-operation class without any. If the total survival rate is increased by 5% or more in a follow-up with 3 years, so that's the maximum significant contribution, and with the maximum level of in anti-cancer therapy. anti-tumor therapy, any kind of cancer diseases, any kind of malignant neoplasms. So the level in this class is increased, and the clinical significance is also decreased. So we're also using other criteria. So that's the frequencies of the side effects, of adverse effects, and that's the cancel. There are also the rate of therapy of withdrawal due to adverse events associated with the drug is 15%, or we use that for the results of the randomized or non-randomized. That's some sort of group analysis, since we know that sometimes the efficiency of the is implemented in certain subgroups and with the molecular and genetical disorders, and this effect can show the effect in an entire group, but we know that the maximum benefit is given to the certain group of the patients if there was an analysis and it was scheduled, and respectively the significance is given to this part of these patients. I can't tell that this is a advantage, the preference of the RUSCO or ESMO. We set the more stringent requirements for potentially curative therapy regimes, and within the reasonable levels, and also integrated the group analysis, and also the usage of the crossovers. And also we determined the exact risk ratio, which is used instead of the lower bound of the confidence interval. So according to the ESMO scale, we are using the indicator which shows the lowest boundaries of this interval, which is in the hazard ratio area, the true value, and that the average value of the hazard ratio has the lower boundary and the upper boundary with a reasonable interval. And it used the lower limit, which is more realistic to this interval indicator, and also used for the evaluation of the results of the study. In our schedule, we stick to the average level, since in the next action or step would be the evaluation of the upper part. According to the ESMO criteria, they correspond to the criteria of ESMO with the clinical significance and operable of 0.7. According to the RUSCO, criteria corresponds only to trial Z, corresponds to the RUSCO criteria. How does it work? Here again, the Osiclan of the Ametsclib in adjuvant therapy of breast cancer, MONAR phase 3 clinical trial. The randomizes this drug improves the non-progressive survivability and increase the survival rate by 70% with the. Meanwhile, the correspondence with the ESMO scale, that would be the maximum level of the clinical significance. According to the RUSCO scale, it would be the same class, same level, but the level will be lower, even lower, to the level C. Another example, I'm not going to tell all the details here about the combination of the drugs. According to this scale, it will correspond to the average level of the clinical significance. If we look at this pyramid, so then that would be one of the lowest class, that's level 3 for the entire patient population with the lowest clinical relevance. If we use the group analysis, then we can realize that the patient with the metastatic cancer of the pancreas and the mutation of BRCA, and also the contribution of the option using, we have to prioritize the usage of this combination in these patients. If we, again, according to our cohort for the entire population, That's the class 2D, and it increases, and the clinical relevance is also increased, and the usage of this combination in the molecular genetical analysis. How it is reflected in recommendations, we have shown that as a magnitude of the significance of, we should understand that the benefit or what contribution this option in various situations. And respectively, currently we are considering this scale one of the objective and strictest, and for the discussion of the problems related to the financing of the drugs with anti-cancer drugs and the therapy, and respectively we came out with the initiative using of the scales for the farm commerciality analysis on the prioritization and the financing certain type of combinations of drugs. I would probably finalize my presentation here. I would like to express my gratitude to the experts who are participating in the modernization and the improvement of this scale, which we've just announced at last year, and I hope that we are looking for the support from the Association of the Oncologists of Russia for the further improvement of this tool during writing of the clinical recommendation and also the form of the technical conventional recommendation. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Alexander Ivanovich, let me express my gratitude to you for your presentation. It is very important. We can't move on without a cost estimate. This is like a statistic, so we all understand that the budget of every country is limited, and there is a ongoing pressure and stress to us from the pharmaceutical companies. Also, it is all explainable business, and the business is business, and we need the golden middle. We have to move forward this agenda to our leadership, and thank you very much for your analytical presentation. If you were here with us, we could have poured some water to you, but there are nobody with you who can pour the water. And Dmitrich, I always with you. Maybe just water. Thank you very much. Also, we got a Gabriela here. So we're going to finalize, since we have the very important speech, our old friend, the chief oncologist, the director of the oncology and radiology, the Kulikov Sergei Lvovich. He's got a very powerful institute, and they had laboratories in molecular analysis. The people are working there. Thank you, Andrei Lvovich, distinguished Gabriela, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me present you the message that I would like to tell you on condition and the functioning of the oncological care in our country. There should be the presentation. No, it's a wrong presentation. Maybe you saw that a different presentation. So center of Alexander should be there. Sergey Lvovich says that this is a wrong presentation. So you are not holding no one's time. We're already behind the schedule. So it is always difficult to deliver the presentation during the lunchtime. So they're having a lunch at Moscow, but not here. So presentation is in a flash drive. Okay, guys, can we start? Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, talking to oncological care in our country, like in other countries, we are based on those three fields that are based on entire oncology. That's the surgery, and the medical therapy, and the radiotherapy. That's a symbolic figure, which in the front, the monument, which is in the front of our center, radiologist, the surgeon, and also the oncologist. So we are based on regulation, which helps us to work further. The article number 45 to the citizens of the Republic of Belarus is guaranteed to the right for the protection of their health, and also they are allowed for the free treatment by the government. And so in any case, we are providing, and also the citizens are taking care of their health, and in terms of the medical care in oncological terms of view, with in the country with the 9.5 million of people, the entire assistance is given for free. It's provided for free. So the morbidity, the new cases is increased like in other countries in 2024. We had 58,000 new cases with malignant neoplasms from 9.5 million population, and mostly they are males, which is very typical to the European part of our country. And there is also the breast cancer. If we summarize to the male and female, the third place will be given to the colorectal cancer. That's the directions that we are targeted, and in our country, when we're trying to talk about the early diagnostics and the screening programs. Here again, I would like to draw your attention to the oropharyngeal, and the 25%. They are localized in the form of which could be detected earlier, but the number of and the ratio on mortality is still high. And if we have the lethal rate is 45% like in the Russian Federation, then have to admit that the oropharyngeal section is still leading, and this is the direction where we have to work in our country. The slide that we are proud of, that's the 30,000 patients are still in the line and waiting for the treat in our register, and the 60% of them are which are registered for the last 5 years, and we can say that their work is satisfactory and that they are comparable with the European data. And this is the indicator of the morbidity and mortality from the malignant neoplasms, and the 640 is still a bad indicator, but fortunately the most patients those patients who were revealed from the early detection and the dispensarization and hospitalization, and that they were presented in the previous stages, and those patients who had early detection. And this year we got a trend of the decrease in mortality, and of course we wanted to we want to decrease that even more, and we still got a data. Starting from 1999, we developed the first governmental program on oncology. By 2005, by the order of the president, they were introduced into the priority directions of the scientific research activities of our country. The Alexander Lukashenko have visited several times the medical institutions, and he proactively participated with oncologists, and we as an oncologist, we were providing our proposals in the development of this medical care. More or less that this kind of oncological mortality is the second level of the mortality after the cardiovascular disease. There's four layers of the oncological care in our country. The intra-region dispensaries and the regional oncological centers. The fourth level is our oncological center named after Alexandrova. That's the biggest center, which is located on a suburb of the Minsk city. There are the scientific and the clinical and the specialized services are provided. Moreover, our center is a third level of the medical assistance and service, where while we are the dispensary in the Minsk region with the population of the 1.5 million citizens, they are taking the care in our center. The functions of our center, that's the provision of the organization of methodological guidance and also specialized consultative and treatment diagnostic assistance and the concentration of the most complex and also medical services. Let's try to name them later.
Онкологические диспансеры, которые расположены в областях.
Oncological dispensers located in the regions. There are 6 regions in Belarus and Minsk city. These are the regional medical facilities working based on the single protocol issued by the Ministry of Health of the Belarus Republic. Starting from 1972, we have the Unified Register, one of the best one in the USSR. I believe it's exemplary even for EU countries. It's consistently developed and it registered the overall morbidity of all the patients. So you can see objective, transparent information, and when we compare this data with the official statistics, Ministry of Statistics of the Republic of Belarus, we see absolute alignment, which means that the information about morbidity, mortality, stages of disease, new markers, it all corresponds, and we put a lot of efforts to further develop this register. Here are the algorithms. This is a main guidelines approved by the government. It's the name is Algorithms of Diagnosis and Treatment of Malignant Neoplasms. And based on these guidelines, government provide the unified single protocol relevant for all medical institutions. We provide all the types of treatment, surgeries for our patients, excluding, however, robots. The reason is that we don't yet have necessary partners to introduce the robots. Of course, nowadays there are a lot of competitors, and we hope that by the beginning of the next year we are going to introduce the small invasive technology robots from Chinese partners. We develop other technologies for colorectal cancer. We, as was mentioned by Mr. Andrei, we Our specialists regularly visit our foreign partners, and they actively implement the treatment methods from Russia, from St. Petersburg, other major cities. We have 25 linear accelerators. 4 of them are installed and work in our center. And to be honest, our radiologists have a lot of work to be done. Sometimes Minsk State Oncological Center, which is absolutely unique institution. They have 6 linear accelerators from one company, and they provide radiology care. And I would say that this center is one of the best one. We also have this equipment, as you can see on the screen. It is used for treatment of metastasis and brain cancers in some cases. Of course, it's not possible to cure all the metastasis um, in one treatment. That's why there should be a series of treatments using this equipment. We have unique results, not only how we cure the bone cancer. We have vast experience when we cured patients with melanoma and other types of cancers. Next, chemotherapy. Today, a lot of speakers mentioned chemotherapy. About 47% of our pharmaceuticals are produced by our local producers. Speaking about achievements of our local pharma, domestic pharma, we have targeted cytological therapy developed year by year. Next, we have Republican Molecular Genetic Lab works all around the country. We are very well equipped. We provide new generation equipment in this center to identify the individual genetic risks, to identify the types of tumors, so different services. And I believe that your center in Almaty plan to introduce similar approaches. Next, CAR-T cell therapy. This therapy is developed by our biologists, chemotherapy specialists. I believe we were the first center in post-Soviet countries for specialists with lymphoma. As you can see, 88% of patients are those who received full response. So patients, those who had no other chances, the other histological therapy was not possible for them. They had no chances. However, they received full therapy from our center, from our partners, from Russian Federation and other partner countries. Now we proceed for the research work jointly with the Center of Dermatology and Transplantology on introduction of cell therapy from myome diagnosed patients. We have specialists in other diseases as well, and they are often contact us to ask for introduction of similar technologies in their centers. Now about our benefits. We have very evidence-based approach to ensure that all the patients with different tumors will be treated based on our reference center. We provide both diagnosis and different types of treatment included in our algorithms. Next, a room of medical and genetic consultancies. We provide it regularly. Nowadays, of course, without some cutting-edge technologies, yet we plan further treatment to localize malignant tumors. These consultants is in high demand. It's also kind of a reference center. It works for the whole country based on our center. Next, Republican Center of Positron Emission Tomography. It was established based on our center about 7 years ago, and during this period the isotope opportunities for diagnosis after the certification of them at GMP certification. We started to work in all the country, excluding several equipment installed in our center. Several installments work in Minsk center, and all these equipments are enough to provide help for the whole country. Of course, we plan and we wish to buy one more cyclotron, and we are aimed at joint work with our Russian partners to expand our opportunities of radiation therapy, since of course, as was mentioned by Mr. Andrei, the possible results are very promising, and I believe that jointly with our Kazakhstani partners we can start the work in the same area. As of today, there are practically no need to refer our patients abroad, to recommend treatment abroad. The members of the commissioners under the Ministry of our Healthcare, in order to recommend patients to be treated abroad, there are very rare occasions. We have a referral system with our union countries. In Belarus, unfortunately, we don't have proton therapy. That's why when our patients, both adults and children, if they need proton therapy, but since we cannot provide it, we refer them to Russia Federation in Dimitrovgrad, and we provide them this proton therapy completely for free. Even though it's provided abroad in Russia, we fully cover all the costs, both transport, both traveling, living, therapy itself, and so on and so forth. Sometimes we refer our patients abroad if they need donors. I believe the same system works all around the world. The Children Oncological Center and surgery centers in Minsk, they find donors from all around the world, and we, the Ministry of Health, we cover all the costs. We have the departments of pathomorphology, radiology, oncology, and other. We are certified center. We have 7 installments in our center, and our center is certified as EU Center for EU Center for Oncology. As I mentioned, we have a lot of partners. They got trained in our center. We have all the necessary license to ensure high quality training. So please, if you wish, we are always open for cooperation, and we are open to provide you training opportunities. Here, as you can see, the journal, scientific journal developed by our employees, oncological journal published by our Belarus oncologist community, and just a few slides about palliative care. As you can see on the slide, there is a scheme according to which palliative care, particularly for oncological patients. As you know, not only oncological patients need palliative care, but here on the scheme you can see the information about the palliative care, particularly for oncological patients. In each oncological center in each region, we provide these services, and then we distribute these technologies to the simple departments in hospitals and clinics. Thanks to this palliative care, we practically do not need painkiller pharmaceuticals. It's a great achievement, and the amount of this induction medications help us to reduce the number of prescriptions of painkillers. In terms of negative feedback from our patients, unfortunately, it doesn't decrease. Our local bloggers usually have a lot of feedback, but in terms of feedback of pain-killing pharmaceuticals, there are practically no negative feedback. Next, let's talk about survivability of our patients who received the full treatment cycle. Here you can see the improved survivability. On this screen you can see the combination of different groups depending on the stage of a disease. Each line depends the specific stage of cancer. Of course, thanks to the introduction of new pharmaceuticals and new therapy, survivability has increased. 20 years ago, these figures were significantly lower. Of course, the indicator had improved, especially in terms of the first and second stage. In terms of the third and fourth stage, still there is some room for improvement, and we provide them full treatment cycle. Next, the survivability for patients who received the treatment based on our radical program for locally advanced tumors. As you can see, there is a significant breakthrough for treatment of lung cancer. It was initially developed by our pioneers, and we continue to put immense efforts. We see more and more results. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for inviting me to deliver my speech. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergey. Very well prepared report, very good indicators, good statistics, high morbidity, as we can see, but there are a lot of good initiatives, and I would like to know that sometimes they are even on the same, they are comparable to the EU approaches. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, in Denmark indicators are much lower than yours, so it means that you're even more advanced than some European countries, very surprisingly. We wish to discuss it more, but fortunately we are behind our schedule. Our Beshparmak already waiting for us. Yeah, we just don't want to let you go, but thank you very much. Thank you for such a productive, fruitful, interesting conference. I've noticed some very loyal visitors. I believe they are present here for the whole day and they didn't leave this room. So thank you very much for your loyalty, for your attention. Very good conference. And one more proposal, one more suggestion, just a short one. I believe that we don't understand one thing. The thing is that there are small localization that we have discussed. If we will develop a unified protocol, in some countries these protocols are very tiny because there is a small amount of data. But if we will unite our cohorts, if we will conduct joint studies, they will be necessarily published in the world famous journals. So maybe we need to unite efforts of our local academies. We need more active publication activities, we need more reference, and we need to cite each other when preparing local research. So yeah, thank you very much. That's it. Thank you very much for a productive conference. Actually, we have a continuation. Colleagues, you just please do not let them go, because if you say that there will be continuation after our coffee break, they will not be back. Of course, I'm just kidding. Please, you can take a rest, and after that we are waiting for you to continue.
Уважаемые коллеги, все устали, но тем не менее программа у нас довольно насыщенная. Продолжим нашу работу. У нас есть сообщение о состоянии онкологической службы Кыргызской Республики. Куев Нурбек Медикбетович. Это будет онлайн? Нет? Офлайн. Очень приятно. Да, приветствую.
Добрый день, уважаемый президиум. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа. Приветствую вас всех от имени Национального центра онкологии, город Бишкек, Республика Кыргызстан. Слайды, если можно. Предисловие небольшое по поводу выступления. Наверное, оно будет коротким. Меньше статистики, больше лирики, так скажем. Пожалуйста. Это вот, скажем так, входные ворота в наш Национальный центр онкологии, через которые мы принимаем пациентов. И многие бы не хотели попасть к нам в гости, но судьба у всех разная, и иногда приходится обращаться к нам за помощью. Мы стараемся, конечно, помочь каждому пациенту, который к нам приходит. Не считаю нужным обращать на статистику мировую. Обратим внимание на статистику в Кыргызской Республике. За 2024 год в республике впервые было взято на учет 6651 пациент. И в первый год после установления диагноза более половины, это 3390 пациентов, у нас скончались. Это говорит о том, что очень много запущенных разных форм рака. Наконец 2024 года состояло на учете 33 492 пациента. Вот за заболеваемость и смертность от злокачественных образований в Кыргызской Республике с 20 по 24 год. Обратите внимание, что заболеваемость и смертность неуклонно начинает расти. Значит, распространение злокачественного образования в Кыргызской Республике за 24 год на 100 тысяч населения. У нас республика небольшая, всего 7 областей. И лидирующую позицию занимает Нарынская, это горная местность. Непонятно почему Нарынская область у нас начала лидировать, хотя Нарынская область у нас всегда была на предпоследних местах по заболеваемости. Качество медицинских услуг, выявления стало лучше, и, видать, эта область стала лидировать. Структура онкологической заболеваемости и заболеваемости среди населения Кыргызской Республики в 2024 году. Вот обратите внимание, что в принципе у нас сохраняется общемировая тенденция, очень высокие показатели рака молочной железы, также высокие показатели рака желудка. И не уступает, конечно, позиции рак легких, как и во всем мире. Структура онкологической заболеваемости среди мужского населения Кыргызской Республики. Рак желудка лидирует, рак легких затем, и также рак печени и внутрипеченочных желчных протоков также на высоком уровне. Структура онкологической заболеваемости среди женского населения, бесспорно, рак молочной железы, как и во всем мире, стоит на первом лидирующем месте, не уступает своей позиции, хотя нами введены скрининговые программы по раннему выявлению рака молочной железы, но, несмотря на это, заболеваемость остается высокой. Значит, по смертности также рак желудка приводит к высокой летальности, затем стоит рак легких, и рак молочной железы по убывающей. Показатели запущенности, обратите внимание, что 3-я, 4-я стадия, они выявляются, как я уже сказал, довольно часто, и более половины наших пациентов, они погибают в течение первого года после установления диагноза. Национальный центр онкологии у нас развернут на 421 койку, 225 коек это у нас хирургические койки и терапевтического профиля 196 коек. В структуре у нас имеются система цитологического анализа, цитологическая лаборатория с клиникой диагностической лаборатории, патоморфологическая лаборатория у нас с определением.
On immune as per the profile, we have the endoscopic department and also the diagnostic department where the ultrasound analysis and also the radiation therapy, the diagnostic department. We have our computer tomography. This is dry statistics. However, like I've said, after the statistics, there will be the lyrics, and these are the equipment in our center which are targeted for the diagnostics and the treatment. And before saying thank you for everyone's attention, I would like to move on to the lyrics. Thank you to our Center of National Research Oncology Center who invited us today. We truly admire of the current state of the oncology advancement in Kazakhstan and from the CIS countries. And we also know that the oncology services in every country had passed a certain stage of development, and our oncology center in Kyrgyzstan is in a tough moment. The leadership of our country has set the instruction to improve the quality of the services for the patients with cancer. And we are following the suit of Kazakhstan for our cooperation and with the Russian Federation, and today is our presentation, and also we follow the suit of the Belarus. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that our oncology service will reach such results like in your countries. Thank you. Thank you so much. In fact, only jointly we can improve the results of this difficult pathology, and also interaction should be aligned in all levels. Next message will be Gabriela Liskay, our guest from Budapest, Hungary, the achievement in melanoma in Gabriela, please.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
I would like to share with you the results of the melanoma prevention in Hungary. Melanoma is a relatively big problem in Hungary because of the skin type. We have white skin and we like the sunbathing. So we have about 3,000 new cases a year. The National Cancer Control Program was established in 1993 by Professor Kashler. And as you see on the slide, the primary and secondary prevention programs and research was an important point of this program. You can see a patient, a lot of moles on his back. He's a risk group patient. He has to be checked every year, and he has to be educated of lifestyle. The primary prevention regarding the melanoma is roughly the sun protection and to detect and to control the risk group. The secondary prevention means early detection and screening of the patients. Education is a very, very important regarding the prevention. As you saw, the cancer control program, campaigns, and education is very important points of the prevention. The slide shows the top 10 malignancies in Hungary. On the first place, you find the lung cancer. On the second, the colorectal cancer. And on the third place, breast cancer. But melanoma is on the 8th place. Melanoma is a global problem of the white-skinned people. More than 200,000 new cases and 55 deaths worldwide. Our analysis based on National Cancer Registry, National Health Insurance Fund of Hungary, Hungarian Central Statistic Office, and the National Institute of Oncology. The Cancer Registry works for about 25 years in Hungary, and you can see the continuous rising incidence of melanoma. On the right side, each standardized curve, more males are than females. But this is the take-home message and then the very advantage result, that the continuous rising of the tumor seems to be stopped in 2015 because the decreasing, because you can see the decreasing trends significantly of the whole population and significantly regarding the females. The mortality is fortunately relatively stable, not a rising trend. The National Health Insurance Fund find the similar results. As we compare with other European countries, the melanoma situation, you see the red line that we are in the middle regarding the incidence and mortality. This slide shows the Globocan data. On the box with yellow and green, there are our analysis, and the other is the Globocan analysis, much more favorable if you regard our results. The mortality and incidence ratio shows the level of the cancer care. You can see the decreasing trend. It means that the situation became better. The mortality incidence rate and the health expenditure per capita is in inverse correlation. But despite of the relatively low expenditure for the health in Hungary, we find the mortality incidence ratios in a good place. We compared 3 periods, as you can see, in 2001, 2005, 2011, 15, 2018 and 19. And as you see, we detected a significant difference because these periods demonstrates different periods of therapy. Now we have targeted possibilities for targeted and immunotherapy, and this result demonstrates the successful primary and secondary prevention in Hungary. These lines show the results of the National Institute of Oncology about 20 years, 8,000 patients data, and you can see the decreasing trend highly significantly of the Breslow sickness. Breslow sickness is the most important prognostic factor of melanoma. I think it is a very interesting result and a very good result. You can see different Breslow categories regarding the gender of patients, and you see that in the good prognostic group, less than 1 millimeter, you find more females, and in the worst prognostic group, the opposite, more male. Breslow categories and comparing with age. In the good prognostic group, you find older people, and in the worst prognostic group, you can see the opposite. I think that our results show the successful primary and secondary prevention of melanoma in Hungary. This picture shows the establishment of Central Eastern European Academy of Oncology in 2019. And we believe in regional thinking and acting. Thank you for your invitation, cooperation, and attention.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. It's very important that it's melanoma is very aggressive tumor, and we know that it's specific for countries which have a lot of days with sunny days. So I think it will be interesting for everybody in this country and for our countries too. Thank you very much. Идем дальше.
Okay, we proceed. Andrea Cavalrio, France. He's going to join us online, right? Yes, okay.
You are welcome.
Bonjour. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this kind of invitation and congratulations for the success of the event. I'm going to give my presentation online. So I would like to bring some results from a study that we are doing about understand the barriers and determinants for late diagnosis and delay in cancer treatment. Right. So just as a few comments, when we talk about the United Action Against Cancer, WHO has a signature solution that goes from prevention, early detection, diagnosis, and palliative care. So it's very important that we have the early detection as part of this strategy, but also that we have data, right? So we can know that what's measured, then we know what we can do to improve results if that's the case. When I'm talking about early detection, I'm talking about screening, meaning giving a screen test for asymptomatic population, and among them, some of the participants will have a pre-cancer or cancer, but most of them will not have cancer, or as well the early diagnosis, when we have a symptomatic population, but not all symptomatic people are going to be confirmed cancer. But both of them go in the same pathway, right? Meaning having a symptom or having a screen test positive that they need to confirm or rule out the possibility of having a cancer diagnosis. So with that, we wanted to see, how the early diagnosis programs or early detection programs have been working in measuring, how they can ensure diagnosis and care of cancer in a speed way. We can see barriers for early detection and treatment of cancer from an umbrella of understand those studies, right? We can ask patients what their perspectives. We can ask the health professionals what they think, is their perspectives, talking about their knowledge, attitudes, and practice, and also their barriers, but also we can see from the health system perspectives, and we have different tools and different methodologies for each. I'm going to concentrate on cancer patients, breast cancer patients, in my presentation. We also need to understand that the delay on diagnosis and initiation of treatment, can be measured in many ways, right? We can start talking about the first symptom until the first medical visit, or from the screening test until the diagnosis, and then until the initiation of the treatment. So we can also break down an access delay, diagnosis delay, and treatment delay. And also we can break, some barriers categories, right? That if you have access delay, can be because your screening invitation is not working. If you have a screening, can be because you don't have cancer awareness or health literacy, but also can have some things that go across all types of cancers: financial obstacles, logistics, referral pathways, cultural and psychological barriers. Right? But also when the patient gets to the first visit and the healthcare provider until get initiation of the treatment, then you have more delays related to the health system, right? Can be the suboptimal performance of the health staff, can be the referral pathway, can be the waiting lists, and so on. When we go and try and think and discuss this, in different countries, we know that this is different for each country. For instance, in the UK, right, there is data showing that 1 out of 5 patients experience some unavoidable delays in their diagnosis. And when they try to see who, has more burden on that delay, meaning the health professionals, the health system, or the patient, in the UK, this is divided almost equally among the 3 possibilities. But when we say, and what is the main cause? what's point out is waiting for the tests and the results. This is in the UK. But when you go from to Brazil, right, we see a different perspective. Most of the delay is related to the knowledge or awareness of the population, that the woman did not believe that that was serious, that thought the problem would disappear, and then come the issue about the health system, on difficulty of making the first appointment or no conditions to go to the health system. So the way it plays differs. These, in Pakistan, show that, lack of awareness, fears, providers delay, and traditional methods of the treatment was the main causes of delay. And even when we go a little bit on regions, right, we can see the North Africa versus the South Sub-Saharan Africa, the time delays are quite different. And even in Sub-Saharan Africa, you have Nigeria and Mali with different delays than Rwanda, Nigeria, and South Africa. And even in the North Africa, the same thing. Egypt does a better, part in 2 of the sites, but another site is more related to the delay in Morocco. So understanding the delays, the reasons, and what can be avoidable is very country and sometimes very region related. And so that's why it's important to do specific studies for it. With that, IARC started this project, about trying to understand the determinants of late diagnosis. And the idea was to establish and identify the baseline indicators, thinking about the 3 key delays: the patient, the access, the diagnosis, and the treatment delay, and to investigate which is related to the patient, health providers, or their health system, and how that is affected. Also trying to identify actionable factors, meaning that we can do something to improve those results. The questionnaire, has some patients' domains, and also ask for the patients what would be the experience of the health services domains, either with the healthcare provider or with the health system. We did this including newly diagnosed breast cancer cases with no more than 3 months after starting treatment, because we don't want to have the memory delay. And at 6 months after, later, we would invite them again for an interview to check for the treatment compliance. We have these in 6 countries, most of them in Central Asia, that we had a headcap survey and a database. We interviewed in total 703 women, and 629 was analyzed, and that's what I'm showing here. I'm going to bring you the results for Kazakhstan, how it compared with the other 5 countries, right? Kazakhstan contributed with most of the cases when we think about each country, right? And then when we begin to go to the results and try to see what is the time interval between having the first symptom or screening test to the visit to the healthcare provider, we can see that Kazakhstan was below the average of those countries. And in this curve, in red, we can see Kazakhstan with the best performance in terms of having the shorter delay when we talk about symptoms or screening up to the first visit to the healthcare provider. So in 30 days, the first line, almost 80% of the women got this appointment. And when we talk about 60 days, this goes almost to 90%. So this first part of the health system and the awareness and the woman knowing where to go happen very quick. When you go to the next step is that, from that first healthcare provider visit up to the confirmation of diagnosis, because we just interviewed a woman with breast cancer, we can see that Kazakhstan goes a little bit in the average of all of the other countries. And when we put in the graph again, we can see Kazakhstan really in the middle, right? With around 60% of the women getting the diagnosis, done 30 days after that first visit, but 80%, getting to 80% of the women with the diagnosis after the first visit, the healthcare provider took around 60 days. But this is that was the average. And when we talk about the diagnosis to the treatment, we see again that the Kazakhstan did a good performance overall, right? Again, you have 3 countries out of the 6 that did better, and Kazakhstan is one of them, in the red again. While we see that 70% of the women got initiation of treatment up to 1 month after the diagnosis. And when we talk about 2 months after the diagnosis, 95% of the women had initiated the treatment. And if we think that the Global Breast Cancer Initiative talk that this should be a max of 60 days, right? We can see that Kazakhstan is doing very well on that sense. When we also try to identify, what is the route that the woman took in Kazakhstan, we can see that the first level that they went, 73% of them went to the primary health care, or the primary level of the health care, right? What's what we want, but still there are 13% that went directly to the cancer center, so this means a little bit of rupture of what we want, and might overwhelm the fact that someone that was just symptomatic at that point, did not have diagnosis, went directly to the cancer center. When we talk about where the biopsy was done in Kazakhstan, 80% of the biopsy was done in the cancer center. And when we think that this delay between the first visit and the diagnosis was the longest that we see in Kazakhstan, maybe thinking about decentralizing where this diagnosis is done, and maybe have some centers for diagnosis in other hospitals or in the secondary care, might decrease, this time between the first visit and diagnosis. That again was one that, compared to the others, we had a little bit more delay in Kazakhstan. The main finds on reporting the barriers, right? The first barrier was women's 95% of them refer at least one barrier regarding knowledge or perception that could be related to some delay. They report 40% of the women report at least one barrier related to the health system and the logistics on navigating the health system. 20% related to emotional and cultural barriers. 70% in attitudes towards cancer, and only 2% in family and social. So also here we see that the family and the society, is not a barrier. They do promote, this care for the woman, but still there's some culture. But we really need to understand why the health system could be improved and the logistics, and improve the awareness for knowledge and perceptions. We also asked how difficult it was to know where to go to be the diagnosis. 42% said that they had some difficulty in navigate the system in that sense. But when we say that how difficult it was to know where to go to get the treatment and who to ask for it, then half of the women refer some, and 15% regret that they did have some issues there, knowing, what would be the path for initiation of treatment. So here also there are some actions that can be done to improve those delays and make, what is already good in Kazakhstan even better in terms of a prompt cancer diagnosis. So in concluding my presentation, when we compare, Kazakhstan with the other 5 countries in these studies, we can see that Kazakhstan has a shorter time delay from symptom or screening test to the first health care provider, was in an average from that visit to the confirmation of diagnosis, but again short when we talk about the diagnosis to the treatment initiation. So there is one time delay that could be still improved there, and maybe decentralized places that could confirm diagnosis might be something that would help here. The main delays were related to population awareness, but also to the health system regarding referral pathway, understand where to go and when to go and who to ask for. So increasing awareness for the healthcare providers and the population might decrease even more the time that the woman take from symptoms or screening to initiate the treatment, and also improving the referral pathway, probably with patient navigation and the decentralization of where the biopsy could be provided are some actions that could improve even more the cancer care for in Kazakhstan. I'd like to again thank you so much for this opportunity and congratulate for the event. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you for explanation for Kazakh doctors, how are they working. А кто-то в аудитории изучает?
Does somebody in this conference study French? He's studying Kazakh, but you can do that as a experience exchange. You can learn French as well. Dr. Gassan is with us, or he's online. Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Kassan. You are welcome to Kazakhstan.
Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Apologies, I could not come in person, even though we tried. And I would like first to congratulate you on an incredible effort. And I'm watching and listening. And by all means, would have loved to come back to Astana and be with you, hopefully another day. With this, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And we're going to talk specifically about hepatocellular carcinoma, the word reality. I have to state here that, as my colleague just presented, these are same kind of efforts, exercises. We're just giving them from different diseases, but the aim is how can we really get more access to care wherever we are in the world. So we'll talk about some science, but at the same time, we'll talk about some of the challenges that we're having. These are my disclosures for conflict of interest. And these are my contacts. Please feel free to take a picture of the QR code or copy what you would like. At the same time, Dinara and the team have my contacts. Please, you can feel free to reach at any time. Happy to answer any medical, clinical question, research question, educational question. And as many of you know, I'm always very prompt in responding. So with this said, we're going to touch on those following 5 points in regard to liver cancer, hepatocellular carcinoma, etiology and risk factors, the biopsy issue, curative intent, local advanced disease, systemic therapy, and the word reality. And of note, in regard to etiology and risk factors, liver cancer is very common in the area where you are, and specifically Kazakhstan. If anything, this is data coming from the United States, but it's reflective of what's happening worldwide. As we can see over here, this is data that came out from about 10 years ago now, or 8 years ago now. It shows clearly that despite a major improvement in regard to the risk of liver cancer in Asian population, understand because now there is better care, better access to the vaccination for hepatitis B, we sadly see that there is a continued rise in regard to the incidence, especially in the red line, among especially male. And why male is not because they are really more prone to the risk factor. It's because of the biology of the liver in the male can really, because of certain CAG repeats in chromosome 16, can permit this kind of alteration to happen. But the question, what's behind it? What's behind it actually is the following. Number one, to speak the hepatitis B, we can see here we still have a problem. And as you can see, pinpointing at Kazakhstan and Central Europe, we can definitely see that there's still a problem. And number two is we can see that Africa has a big issue as well, let alone that we have, of course, Southeast Asia too. The issue, however, is more this, and this is really why we're seeing the rising numbers in the world after, especially it makes sense, after I said that the hepatitis B is getting better care, better vaccination worldwide. To that matter, however, body mass index, and all of us, as we all know, we thankfully worldwide, we're having better lifestyle, we are more sedentary, we're not moving as much, and we're getting plenty of nutrition, enough that the morbid obesity and the body mass index are increasing. And this data comes from the US, but clearly it can translate into other parts of the world. And we can see that by the mere fact of the high body mass index more than the 35, which is where we can call morbid obesity, the mere fact of the body index more than 35 is a 5% or 4.52 to be specific in a red circle. You can see a 5% chance of dying from liver cancer. And of course, you can see that it applies to other cancers as well. And especially our colleagues who spoke a little bit earlier about breast cancer know very well that this is really the new reality for cancer development, morbid obesity. So with this said, and knowing that this is a disease that's going to affect us, is going to be affect us in Kazakhstan, is going to affect us in the whole area around Kazakhstan and to around the world. The question is, how can we make sure that we treat people correctly? And here I would like to spend a little bit of time on the biopsy issue. And why the biopsy issue? Of course, because we all know that, as we heard from our colleagues, any cancer would require a biopsy. But interestingly, in liver cancer specific, there are some exercises that really rates back to some effort that was done in Barcelona, that if a lesion look with certain radiologic findings, it can imply liver cancer. Why is that? Because in those days, we want to make sure that when we screen people for potential different liver cancer, if we're going to keep doing needles after needle for biopsy, it's not going to make sense. It will be very inefficient. However, I would like you to quote the following work from Dr. Serlin and colleague from what's called the LIRAD, which is a way of assessing liver cancer by radiologic findings. Very important to remember, though, that number one, the data does not apply for patients with advanced disease, which probably is what's applicable to most of us, if not all of us, in regard to medical oncology. And if anything, at the same time, because we're not doing biopsies, we really are not knowing much about what we do in regard to targeted therapy or biologic therapy. So please, I urge you, if anything you need to remember today, don't treat a patient with liver cancer with advanced disease in need for systemic therapy without getting a biopsy. And the biopsy not only is going to confirm the diagnosis for us, because as we know, about 15% around the world of the liver cancer can be combined liver cancer, hepatocellular carcinoma, plus intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma or bile duct cancer. For that confirmation alone, it's important to do biopsy. But more importantly, we need to understand better the biology of the disease. This is work that we came with here at Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York. And we were trying to analyze what are the genetic makeup of the tumor. To be fair, we could not really decipher further than maybe there are three pathways: this WNET CTNEB1 pathway, the P53 pathway, and the third one we called it other because we didn't know any better. And as you can see, this is what we urge you to make sure that the biopsies, the genetic analysis in the future can help us make sure that we treat the people in Kazakhstan correctly rather than just depend on data from other places in the world. To that matter, we actually have a project at the moment, which I'll kind of defer to a little bit more when I come to immunotherapy. We're looking specifically at the genetic alterations and the immune microenvironment in tumors in different parts of the world to make sure that people are treated in the appropriate fashion. So with this, I would like to really re-summarize that number one, liver cancer is on the rise worldwide. The metabolic associated steatohepatitis, and specifically due to morbid obesity and diabetes, is the causative factor as we go forward. Biopsy is critical, especially to confirm the diagnosis and to understand the genetics of the tumor better. One word in regard to curative and local advanced disease intents. I give credit to Dr. Maria Rig, a great colleague from Barcelona, who really updated finally the BCLC, or the Barcelona Clinic liver cancer staging system. And in it, as you can see, if we look to the extreme left, you can see that clearly a tumor which is small, good liver function, easy, take it out, surgery. Local advanced disease has a little bit different story, because as we can see over here, we can use what we are comfortable with and we're very experienced with worldwide, is to do embolization. But as you can see, Dr. Reek put like 3 prongs over here. You can see them like 3 coming down. One of them, exactly what we just spoke about, where chemoembolization will occur. But the other one appears to be that, yes, we can downstage tumor to the left where we can bring them back to a resection or a transplant. And to the extreme right, we can see that, yes, sometimes the disease might be a little bit more advanced, even locally, and systemic therapy is important. And this has been shown by Dr. Kudo from Japan and others. And this pleads an urge, as we already heard from other colleagues as well today, is to make sure this is a multidisciplinary team in the discussion. There's not a decision to be made by the oncologist alone or to be made by the local interventional radiologist alone or the surgeon alone. This is teamwork. This is where tumor board is going to be very important for that purpose. So with this kind of word, let's now try, move our attention to the advanced stage C, where we're going to use systemic therapy. And this is really where we're going to spend most of the time because it's exactly what we are pertinent in. And I confess, as a medical oncologist, what I will really care more about or know more about. And no doubt that immunotherapy, as we know, was a major mover and shaker in regard to liver cancer. And here I would like to translate exactly what we have seen in the data that is going to show in a second. As you can see over here, the aim of all that effort is in a very, very warm and hot tumor where the immune system is super active in the liver. Think about it like really, the liver is like really crazily active with liver, with immunotherapy, with the immune cycle. Interestingly, at point number 7 at the bottom of the screen, you can see that this is where you want to make sure that the anti-PD-1, anti-PD-L1 activity take place. I mean, the question is, what's anti-PD-1, PD-L1? It's simply trying to really prevent the tumor cells from not attaching to the cancer cell. They are rather enhancing them to touch to the cancer cell. And this way you can really ensure that they attack them as well. However, we know now, and we proved it, that this anti-PD-1, anti-PD-L1 activity will not take place except if we have an enhancer, a certain activation that happened at a higher level in the chain of command in the immune system that will let it happen. And of those, I'm going to mention 2. At point number 1, and point number 5, we can see VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, and we'll talk about that in a second. And the other one at note number 3, CTLA4, which is in the lymph node itself. So as such, at point number 7, anti-PD-1, anti-PD-L1 will not work except if you have some trigger that come from point number 5, anti-VEGF, or from point number 3, anti-CTLA4. And of course, there could be others, but at least the one that we know so far. So how did this translate to? Of course, we all are aware of, and I'm sure in Astana and everywhere else, you are well aware of the AMBRAVE 150 study that looked at the combination of atezolizumab, anti-PD-1 plus bevacizumab, anti-VEGF, exactly as we just spoke, and showed an improvement in survival compared to sorafenib. This translated ultimately after repeat and maturing the data, 19.2 months compared to 13.2 months. So clearly there's a clinical and statistical benefit in regard to using atezolizumab plus bevacizumab. Of course, in this combination specific, one biggest fear that we have to be always aware of, and this is a second safety message after doing the biopsy, make sure if you really want to do atezolizumab plus bevacizumab, make sure the patients are actually getting an endoscopy. If the patient keen on immunotherapy with bevacizumab and atezolizumab, you need to make sure you scope them because you want to make sure there's no varices or they are treated for varices and there's some time between the treatment and recovery to make sure that you don't have any potential for bleeding. Of course, by the way, atezolizumab plus bevacizumab is a great drugs that we got the result from, but it's not the only one. If anything, we know very well about the study called the Himalaya study, which proudly was all over the world. I humbled that I led this study, which is the largest study ever in liver cancer, close to 1,300 patients. And in it, we see that the combination of the durvalumab, which is an anti-PD-L1, same thing, remember point number 7 at the bottom of this cancer empty cycle, plus tremelimumab, which is anti-CTLA4, now we put out number 3, remember, in the lymph node itself, which we call now is a STRIDE regimen, show improved survival 16.43 months compared to sorafenib 13.77 months. Very positive data, and again, clinically and statistically significant. Interestingly, many of us say, wait a minute, like you're just showing us 16 months, we just show 19 months with atezolizumab plus bevacizumab. Well, remember, the numbers have to be carefully studied. If anything, to help analyze this, I'll show you data that came out of China. Pembrolizumab plus rivoceranib. Again, one more time, is anti-PD-1 plus anti-VEGF, 22.1 months, even better than the atezolizumab plus bevacizumab. So what's exactly going on over here? Interestingly, if we look at the great data that came out of the UK by our colleagues at UCL, University College London, they did a retrospective study. They called it the AB Real Study. A stands for atezolizumab, B for bevacizumab, the real-world data study. That's exactly the things that we need to really understand better. And in it, they see that when they evaluated with atezolizumab plus bevacizumab, the median survival was 15.74 months. So you got to pause here and say, wait a minute, we just saw 19.2. How come it's now 15.74? It's not like one or the other were wrong. It's simply the testing or the clinical trial was different. And specifically, I would like to point here that in that study, the ABRL study, 30% of the patients were hepatitis B, 30% of the patients were hepatitis C, and 40% were non-viral, like MASH and other things. So third were Hep B, third Hep C, 40% non-viral. Interestingly, if when I look at this important data from Dr. Pfister that was published in Nature back in 2021, we'll see that even though, and it's very important to remember that even though everybody will benefit from therapy, but the patient with hepatitis B will fare the most, followed by the Hep C, followed by the non-viral. In other words, the more patient with Hep B you have, survival is going to improve. The less Hep B patient you have, survival is going to go down. And as such, we'll go back to our data. Remember, in the ABRL study, we said 30, 30, 40. If we look at the UMBRAVE 150, and you look all the way at the bottom of the screen, you can see here that 50% of the patients were Hep B. So again, it proves the point that we're trying to argue that Hep B will fare best with the immunocheckpoint inhibitors, even though everybody benefits, but Hep B will do the best. And here in the UMBRAVE 150, 50% of them were Hep B. That's why 19.2 months. If you're not even convinced yet, let me show you this. In the UMBRAVE 150, the title of that slide should change. It is actually in the Himalaya. The Himalaya, this is the Himalaya study. You see, again, 30, 30, 40. You remember the 16 months that we saw. And then to convince you further, in the CARES 310 study from China, you can see over here that 80 or close to 76% patients were Hep B. And survival, remember, was 22.1 months. So the more Hep B, you have a higher survival. We saw it in the CARES 310. We saw it in the atezolizumab. Less Hep B, like in the ABRL study or the Himalaya, we see lesser survival. So as such, any of those studies, admittedly, if you ask me, they're all equal. It's a matter of which one you choose. And of course, if you are having more of the Hep B patient, you'll have a better outcome than less. But it does not mean that the therapy will apply and will be available for everybody as well. Now, however, despite all my lecturing about like, yes, Hep B and better outcome, then we're a little bit confused here because great data that came out and was reported relatively new. And by the way, just as of like not that long ago, a few weeks or 1 or 2 weeks, the Checkmate 90W of nivolumab plus ipilimumab, again, anti-PD-1 plus anti-CTLA-4, showed proven survival, great number, all the way up to 23.7 months. I say, okay, well, maybe after all, same story, maybe more Hep B. Well, not really. Interestingly, this time, there were about 1/3 Hep B, 1/3 Hep C, 40% viral, non-viral, same as the STRIDE regimen of the Himalaya study. However, you can see over here, if you pinpoint to the point at month 12, you can see there was a switch of the two curves. And we're still waiting for the article. It's a little bit surprising that the agency approved the drug without even a manuscript yet, because we're very keen to understand exactly what's going on over here in regard to the ipilimumab specifically, which people are still sometimes nervous about. Nonetheless, we say that the Hep B might be one component, not necessarily all components. And this is really exactly what I mentioned in the beginning. We're trying to analyze, getting more statistical analyses on patients from all over the world, exposed to different risk factors, and see how their immune system is working to favor one drug versus the other. And this is what we would like. And of course, Uzbekistan is more than welcome to work with us on this, and Kazakhstan, you are here, and definitely would love to have you on board as well. I mentioned Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan because they were chatting with us about that, but of course, would love to have you as well, Kazakhstan. Now, interesting to go back, however, one important thing in regard to, despite that we spoke about the Hep B and the opportunity that we presented there, there are definitely other factors that can really play a role. And here I would like to help us pay attention to a very important variable here, which is how the immunotherapy evolve over time. Because recall, all of us know, chemotherapy, you give chemotherapy, you get infected. It's a stoichiometric thing. You give it, cancers die. Interestingly, with the immunotherapy, you are priming the immune system to really work, and this takes time. And as such, as we all know, we always talk about what's called the long tail on the curve. This is exactly what we're referring to here. You can see the spread continues and continues over time. Interestingly, in the STRIDE regimen from the Himalaya study, we have seen improvement in survival, but more importantly, we can see that this improvement in survival continues at 2 years, at 3 years, at 4 years, and proudly, we just reported in Barcelona at the European Society of Medical Oncology at ESMO, 5-year survival, 20%. Imagine, 1 out of 5 people with this STRIDE regimen will be alive at 5 years, number that we never thought or dreamt of per se. So there's a lot of opportunities here, but sadly, and this is really the key point that we need to bring up, and I think that, in Central Asia, you have these challenges as well in regard to access to care, because as much as we have in our mind that mindset of 5-year survival, in Africa, the median survival for liver cancer as of today is 3 months. That's it, 3 months. In other words, please think about it this way. Patients who will probably be diagnosed today in Africa with liver cancer, they might die even before the fall of that year. This is really how bad this is. To that matter, what we went ahead, and this is really what we invite, and we'll be very proud to do this with you as well. What we did is we kind of looked at this in an effort. The first question that we asked, like, what kind of guidelines are accessible? What do people use? And this is really the first naive question that we had, because we discovered in Africa that doctors use any guidelines and not necessarily anyone specific. So we went proudly and collected a whole group of a committee that consists of 25 physicians from all over Africa, literally from north to south, from east to west, and everything in between. And we start meeting on a regular basis. And ultimately, we had a meeting where we start asking the doctors coming to the meeting, just question, what do you see? What do you do? What do you have access to? It was not about what's the best answer. What do you have accessible to you? And we proudly published that. It's already in JCO Global Oncology. And all our colleagues from all over Africa are co-authors on. And we found the following. Interestingly, as much as we just spoke about atezolizumab plus pembrolizumab, and there's only one that was available at that time, if you look over here, barely 5% of the population in Africa, or the doctors in Africa, have access to atezolizumab plus pembrolizumab. So as such, how are we going to improve survival if we don't have that access per se? This is something that we're really vetting further. And currently, we're doing another study, doing it the same question in an advanced way on a platform that we thank our colleagues at Microsoft for doing with us. And hopefully, we'll create certain models that will find how we can really get better access to care. And of course, remember, also for better management, a better understanding of the cancer itself, as we said in the beginning with the biopsies. So why this is important? Because as you can see over here, we proudly started that disease like almost 25 years ago. At that time, there was nothing. This was a totally empty table. Then we had sorafenib, and at Sloan Kettering, we had the first patient ever treated with sorafenib for liver cancer on the phase 2 clinical trial. And then from that on, you can see that the choices are endless. Ironically, this even, when I sent the slide to Dinara and reviewed it, already things have got updated. We have in first line atezolizumab, bevacizumab, durvalumab plus tremelimumab. Now we're going to lift up ipilimumab, nivolumab, because of the approval by the FDA, to first line. It will be third one, ipilimumab plus nivolumab. Then we have sorafenib, lenvatinib. In second line, we have regorafenib, cabozantinib, ramucirumab, pembrolizumab, and I think nivolumab probably will be taken off because we don't have the applicability for it. And of course, on the third line, probably the same effort that we did in the second line from Sloan Kettering is cabozantinib as well. So What do I conclude? I conclude, number one, that we have to be well aware of this is in Kazakhstan and everywhere else, that continued increase incidence of liver cancer worldwide because of the metabolic associated steatohepatitis, or what we call MASH. Number two is checkpoint inhibitors and combination of are the mainstay therapy for advanced liver cancer. Number three, response to checkpoint inhibitors is dependent on the immune microenvironment of the tumor. And please, this is an important opportunity and it's very easy to do. Actually, we proudly did work. I just mentioned another country. I'll mention one more. Armenia is doing it with us and definitely would love to see more. And of course, who else but all our great colleagues in Kazakhstan. And lastly, access to checkpoint inhibitors remains challenged worldwide, and I'm sure we have that situation as well in Central Asia. I would love to also consider a similar exercise as the one we did in Africa, in Central Asia as well. With this, I'm going to stop sharing and I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a good day.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Distinguished colleagues, please allow me to give the floor to Zhiburt Evgeny, Doctor of Medical Science. He is the pioneer in blood transfusion in Russian, in post-Soviet countries as well. Please, the floor is yours. It's so amusing. I thought that I'm a young person, but now you call me a pioneer, which means that I'm probably old. Thank you very much, distinguished organizers. It's a great honor for me. Now I'm reflecting. 25 years ago, I was invited to Astana. You show me your blood transfusion department. It was for the first time established in Kazakhstan. I provided my consultations and I helped to organize the separate blood transfusion stations on the other parts of the city. And now I have very mixed feelings. On the one hand, it's very sad that Zhan Doskonosovich is not here, but on the other hand, I understand that oncology is also a very important thing. By the way, now similar blood transfusion stations work all over the Kazakhstan using cutting-edge technologies in line with the same standards, and I really hope that Mr. Jean Dos will have enough strength to do the same thing with oncology, to make oncology care the best in the region and to provide these services all over the country as we did with blood transfusion. Usually when people invite me to different conferences, I usually deliver my speech by the end of the conference. When I usually invited in Russian conferences, because I'm a Russian person myself, and usually the last speakers are those who are local, since guests they always don't really have time. And when I saw that in accordance with schedule, I also deliver my speech as one of the last speakers. I just feel that you treat me as a relative, so to say. In accordance with statistics, there are a lot of blood transfusion services. Here on the screen you can see the statistics. A yellow line denotes the amount of plasma transfusion. Blue is the amount of patients. Here you might see some gaps due to coronavirus, just a few words. Here you can see the calculation per single patient, and the amount of erythrocytes had decreased during the last 18 years in 5 times, and the amount of plasma by 50%. But the end results have eventually improved. Here, and this is the next slide. But then I decided not to mention this slide. Okay, just a moment. Our area is quite young. Mr. Dmitry this day already mentioned that some prominent figures back in 18th centuries had similar problems. We see that in 20th century, Karl Landsteiner, he received Nobel Prize for his article. It was just one-page article. This article you can see on the screen. What did he do? He had his own small laboratory, just 6 employees. He connected plasma and he mixed plasma and blood serum, and as a result he distinguished types of blood. And on the screen, what types of blood can you see? Oh, you probably already so bored, so exhausted, you forgot the types of the blood. In 2023, based on the statistics, more than 1 million, in accordance with the official data of the Ministry of Healthcare of Russia, 1% of all the population of Russian Federation received blood transfusion. Honestly, thanks to the fact that you invited me, now I knew the statistics in Kazakhstan, in Belarus, and I compared statistics between our countries. We see that we need more donors, a lot of donors. Based on the statistics, last 20 years, the number of donors has decreased. We need 9% more thrombocytes. Key aspects of blood transportation. We need the best blood components. We sometimes cancel leukocyte, thrombocyte. For me, it's important to make sure that we preserve erythrocytes. Usually, erythrocytes are preserved for 49 days. Next is the principle when we prescribe blood transfusion. Here on the screen you can see a red section. It means the cases when it's necessary to provide blood transfusion. It's necessary when the clinical forecast is beneficial, and based on the modern tactics, modern research, we see that does it work or not? No, it doesn't. Okay. We see the second column, the concentration of hemoglobin. They are randomized and compared. For example, TRIC 17 and 90 grams per liter. It means that 70 is a restrictive tactics. In this picture, I selected the studies when the limitation strategy was more effective than a liberal one. So it's believed that we do not that it's not, of course it's not possible to always use a limited strategy. That's why there are some research when we have low hemoglobin level, and it's maybe bad for patients. Please pay attention. The second line, very important. Fifth line, RBC enhanced, 45 grams per liter, but it's not relevant for all the patients. Therefore, sometimes it's better to increase the hemoglobin, 110, 120. Okay, now let's discuss our center. That's how we prescribe blood transfusion. There are several groups of patients, as you can see, and the higher myocard is the more difficult situation, the higher dose is. We not only analyze hemoglobin, we analyze other factors, as you can see on the screen. Now about thrombocytes. What is the new thing? Management of severe preoperative bleeding were updated. European Society created and updated these management procedures. And actually, I was very glad to see that Kazakhstani practice is in line with European practices. As a result, by 2019, the majority of thrombocytes was successfully implemented. very important topic. I think you will agree when I, for the first time, I had a patient. We transplanted bone marrow, but at 45 days after the surgery of transplantation, he got hepatitis. And I do not lie. Here on the screen you can see how we prescribe thrombocytes as a preventive mechanism sometimes. I believe Kazakhstani people are genius. Why? Because they build they decided to build oncology center nearby, cardiology center nearby the laboratories in Russia. In order to transport thrombocytes, we need to cross the whole country. But Kazakhstani colleagues were very wise. Here on the screen you can see comparative analysis. Among infants, it's important not prevent thrombosis. And I do not lie, because here you can see that Kazakhstan is the first country in the world which introduced 100 introduced in full scale eradicated thrombocytes. Okay, next, the government approved the concept how to increase the amount of blood plasma to produce pharmaceuticals. One more thing to be proud of. We either pattern eradicated. There are no particular statistics, but in Kazakhstan there is statistics. Last year, Madam Sania mentioned that it's not possible to quarantine 100% of thrombocyte, especially in our huge country. Usually, our donors they donate blood and then they go home, and it might be far away from the initial centers. But Kazakhstan introduced this system for the first time, which is exemplary for Russia. How much albumin do we need in hospitals? No one have ever calculated it, but I was the first one based on the statistics. 2023, 44,000 of inpatient patients. We found out that about 140 people, or 0.3% of people received albumin. To calculate, it's very easy. We introduced 31 grams of albumin. For that, we need about 1,500 milligrams of blood plasma. Yeah, it all depends on the patient. Sometimes with severe liver failure, and as a result of additional complications, for example surgeries, it might be more blood plasma may be needed. But on the state level, we make necessary amendments in our procedures. Next, just a few words about our department of transfusiology. It's a department at the of the National Medical and Surgical Center named after Lomonosov and Pirogov. It's located in Moscow. If I'm not mistaken, that you plan to train your personnel in blood transfusion, so please do not hesitate to send your specialists in Russia, because we are quite qualified. Please visit our webinars. I see that a lot of Kazakhstani colleagues visit our webinars. We have free webinars as well, and on May 15 we are going to have one more free webinar. Here on the slide you can see the link to the free webinar. Okay, and I would like to invite you to the next conference on May. Annually we organize the conferences. This year it's going to be held in Sochi, May 22. So welcome to our Pirogov Center. Thank you. Thank you very much for a very interesting report, distinguished guests, participants. We are about to finish, almost the end. Mr. Sergey, I think it will be good if we will sum up our work, just maybe remarks, and then Mr. Evgeny will proceed. Okay. Thank you, Zhandos Konisovich. As you know, any conference, in my opinion, this morning I already mentioned that any conference has two main directions, two main goals. The first one is scientific component because it helps us to exchange our practices, to gain new knowledge. Undoubtedly, it is something that we work for. We are passionate about that. We are passionate about our patients. That's why we are interested in new knowledge, because it will be beneficial for our patients. That's why exchange of opinions and new knowledge is extremely important for any medical provider. Because to be a professional truth doctor means continuous professional development for doctors, for nurses, for oncologists. It's our profession, and this conference is not just new opportunity to gain something new. This conference is also, I would say, united us. To be honest, we are always together, but thanks to this conference, we are even more united. We get more connected thanks to the science, thanks to the joint achievements. It's absolutely fantastic, and I can only congratulate my colleagues with the new perspectives that you open for you. The things that are developed and implemented in Astana is absolutely brilliant and exemplary. And the second component is a human factor. It's always important in such conference because without human communication, nothing is possible. In our digital world, we often forget that we have real personal communication, and it's very good to see each other in person. And we really hope that when we all go home, that we'll dream, have a very sweet dreams about such a beautiful conference, metaphorically speaking. One more time, I would like to congratulate with the establishment of a new National Research Oncology Center. Congratulations one more time. Best success and further development. Thank you. Please, Evgeny. I will just add some negative remarks because it looks way too positive. Guys, it's conference. It's bad. Why nobody is sleeping? It's a conference. Maybe just your seats are not that convenient to sleep. Guys, we need questions. We need your engagement, because when people are engaged, when people ask questions, then speakers are more engaged. Second, please, maybe you need to install some watches, because some speakers were way behind initial schedule. Some speakers presented way too long. Thank you very much. Oh, who's speaking? Who's speaking? But to be honest, of course, I'm very glad for Kazakhstani oncologists. It was absolute pleasure for me to visit your new building. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evgeny. Colleagues, thank you very much. It was very fruitful work, and I hope that as a result, we had an opportunity for professional communication, exchange of best practices, and I hope that as a result of our conference, we have further effective partnership. And for us, for our guests, I believe it's an opportunity for further exchange of experience, and in the future, it will help us to further to build new teas and to ensure new breakthrough developments. for the US, for Belarus, for other countries, for our partners from these countries. It's a huge potential for our further cooperation with you, and I hope that our conference will be regular. I hope that we will have regular opportunity to exchange our opinion and to ensure lifelong learning. Do we have something else in our agenda? Yes, just please 2 more minutes. Please do not leave us. Evgeny, please join us on the stage. Mr. Tasbulatov as well. I just want to say that within the framework of our conference, we conducted a competition of young scientists. This competition was participated by more than 36 works, if I'm not mistaken. Tasbulat, please. 37, 36, 37, okay. And 13 participants were eligible to compete. Juries were very fair. The juries were the professors of our center and our regional partners. Actually, there were participants from Russia, from Belarus. And now we would like to award, and I would like to ask you to award our winners of this competition. Mr. Tasbulat was co-chair of the competition. The first Grand Prix, the winner is Tasngalina Zgul. He's a resident of second year of our center. Her research was devoted to the assessment of effectiveness of it was highly assessed, and she will be awarded, she will receive 400,000 tenge as an award.
Я думаю, что ей будет приятно.
And I think it's a great pleasure for her to shake hands of our highly esteemed experts. Okay, first place, Golitsina Anastasia, student of fourth year, faculty, radiological center named after Tsiba, Obninsk, Russia. She is an online participant and her topic is first-line therapy, primary care, large-scale lymphoma. Okay, the first place is her. We congratulate her. She's with us in online format and she will receive 300,000 tenge. Second place, Ablayhanova Nurshat, resident geneticist of first year, medical center under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Her project was also was devoted to the mutation of genes M2R as a predictor of malignant tumors depending on the status EGF. She won 200,000 tenge. Third place, Rizanova Diana, student of first year, School of Medicine of Nazarbayev University, Astana City. Her study is very interesting. She compared CITOSERP, actually very difficult name, I cannot even pronounce it out loud. She devoted her study to children oncology and she will receive 100,000 tenge. Apart from our diplomas, we also award our distinguished winners with this with these plates. Thank you very much, distinguished moderators, distinguished participants. It's not the end. We have one more remark, please. It's very difficult to present something to a center which already have Proton Center, but just on behalf of Belarus Proton Center, I would like to present a very small souvenir. It's a symbol of our center, Tree of Life. It says that life is worth fighting. Thank you very much. It's just a gift. Thank you very much. Group photo, okay.